Two American parachutists isolated at the top of the 4th Field Hospital developed a hatred of Erna Lobb, marching in and out of their garret several times a day. Privately they called her Old Lace, after the play Arsenic and Old Lace. Torn between hope and fear, they listened to the throb of battle beyond the horizon. The abrupt silence of the guns plunged them into such despondency that Old Lace, noting the rise in their temperatures, fixed them with a gimlet eye straight out of the Last Judgment. She was standing by the door, thin in starchy white, and to them she looked like a Prussian Death's head. The latch clicked into place behind her. "Our number is up," said the young man from Arkansas to the young man from Illinois, without specifying whether he meant them personally, the nearby fighting, or global war. "See that poison look on her face." Old Lace returned to administer some tablets. Bending toward the ear of the young man from Arkansas, she asked, in English, "Speak French?" The parachutist bit back an expletive, and said, "I understand a bit, un peu." Old Poison Lace was whispering, unbelievably, "Courage, you have won, Gagny la brutally. Elite Division kaput, comprenez." "J.A.," stammered the prisoner. He thought he was dreaming, and gaped admiringly at the austere visage that now looked nothing like a Death's head. The nurse put a finger to her lips. "Not possible," protested the young man from Illinois, "you must be nuts," but he'd seen the finger on the lips. "She's great, amazing, what a woman. What chumps we've been." Their temperatures returned to normal. Meanwhile, in the mess, Captain Gerhard Koppel and Hyde Ehrman the medical officer were debating the prisoner's fate with Erna Lobb. "I vote we get rid of them quietly," said Dr. Hyde Ehrman. "There's a circular that gives us the right. You know that if Altstadt falls, there's not enough transport for all of our wounded." Captain Koppel objected that the circular had been overruled by a subsequent order from the divisional chief, in the interests of intelligence. Erna Lobb proved to have some political acumen after all. Besides, precisely if the town falls, such captives will indirectly serve to protect the population. She backed this up, tactfully, with, "Anyway, you can always decide at the last moment. It'll only take 2 minutes. If there is a last moment, even lasting 2 minutes, and anyone around to decide anything at all." The thought of the last moment passed through their three minds, stirring up unconfessable anxieties and expectations. Koppel admitted that the local situation was getting worse, but that the general situation would improve, despite appearances. You never knew with this model officer whether he believed what he was saying or if he said what must be believed. Berlin stands fast, and the enemy's plans will be foiled in time. The outlying bits of territory we are losing are as insignificant as the bomb damage, which is really a golden opportunity to rebuild. Between ourselves, let's face it, many of our venerable old piles were crying out to be demolished long ago. The justifiable respect in which they were held were a brake on modern urban development. And what we shall erect in their place will be equally historic. He gave the final tug to his glove with a little laugh. Straight and supple, agreeably blonde, he might have been a life-sized cutout, soul included, from a military fashion magazine. Was he as genuinely steeped in high official stupidity as he appeared? Or did he put on his stupidity in the morning after his cold shower, along with his uniform, well brushed by an orderly? Was it part and parcel of his contempt for others? Did it afford him a secret pleasure in deriding the cowardly? Koppel continued, "We only need a few weeks more to perfect a new technology of warfare. England will be destroyed when she least expects it. In future the real war will be a war of scientific inventions." The nervous, anemic Dr. Hyde Ehrman nodded eagerly in approval, having no other course. But he was sick with foreboding, and it showed. Koppel's gaze slid over him with polite disdain. "Erna will address herself to me concerning the two parachutists as soon as the evacuation order has been given. And if you should be absent, Captain." The nurse put just enough stress on the word absent to imbue it with the notion of death. A good officer never knows when he may be putting on his gloves for the last time. "If you happen to be killed tonight, Captain." Koppel deemed it a reasonable, if distasteful, query. He affected to ignore the doctor. In that case you yourself will be the judge, Erna, do whatever you think best. Dr. Heidermann's trim mustache quivered pitifully, and Koppel saw chaos begin. What connection is there between the muffled buzz of a bell, a cravenly quivering upper lip, and the immense disorder closing over one's head? The futility of it all was blinding, especially the futility of refusing to look things squarely in the face. Koppel, old chap, you'll be killed one of these evenings, sooner rather than later, and it'll be for nothing. Your resolve not to be taken alive serves no purpose whatsoever. The scientific inventions will come afterward, if at all, too late for you, too late for everything. As he was leaving, Koppel turned once, intending to say, execute the prisoners. And let a few more of those who will kill me meet their end before I do. But the disorder was already taking effect. Koppel shrank from letting a woman perceive the clouding he felt at the back of his own eyes. He did not say the words he wanted to say. Dr. Heidermann let out a sigh. Asthmatic, are we? The captain said insultingly, with the unspoken thought, you'll be killed too, you repulsive coward. That's defeat all over, you feel it as the tooth feels the cavity, it poisons your very breath. The monstrous disorder was rising, drowning out the sounds of water faucets, bells, motors in the courtyard, injured men groaning, and ideas as sonorous as the smash of a boxer's fist. Koppel pulled off his gloves, just for the sake of pulling off his gloves, made the nurse and the doctor sit down again, and listened to himself speak. I'm waiting on the miracle of our technical genius. We may shortly be in a position to blow up half the planet. From what I hear, the tests are proceeding with considerable success. A door banged, a furious voice shouted, Erna. For God's sake get over here, are you deaf? You too, doctor, on the double. The bell was still vibrating. When all is lost, a mindless bell will keep on ringing through whitewashed basements, and glasses will stand empty on tables long after our mouths have rotted. Quick march. Tonight Koppel was expected to lead a special unit, reduced to a third of its strength, into the breach opened by the sacrifice of the elite division. Away he strode like an energetic sleepwalker. Under the arch at the entrance of the former tourist hotel, he saluted the last batch of mangled bodies from the division. Blood-soaked men were stretched out against the embankment of the road as if it were a litter. Repulsive stretchers moved hurriedly back and forth carried by medics with dark rings under their eyes. The workers of the last day. In the center of the courtyard, like a headless white-maned puppet stuffed with the sawdust of dignity, the chief medical officer was directing the traffic in person. Immediate surgery, I'll be there in 5 minutes, this one to the barn, nothing doing, this one simple, amputation don't give me a hard time, this one's a problem, check him later, get a move on Loskek, no not him, the other one. You there, phone the auxiliary hospital and say I refuse to take the 60 they want to send. No. What are you saying? Idiot. To the cemetery, that's right. Short of bandages, are you? Anesthetics. I don't give a. Tell Herr Bruckmeister from me, if he hasn't supplied them by 6 o'clock, I'll have him court-martialed. Watch out, gently. Immediate double amputation, yes, doctor. Blithering idiots. Can't you see he's dead? Not my line of business. With sarcasm, forgotten the difference between fainting and death, have you, young man? What do you mean, no Herr Bruckmeister? He's deserted. The dog, the stinking dog. This was neither the place nor the job for a chief medical officer, and he was courting reproof from his superiors. To the colonel approaching through the crush of stretchers and bearers, he addressed a lugubrious salute and looked away. The colonel's crimson head, squat on his shoulders, suggested the onset of apoplexy. If you want to establish order here, honorable colonel, try not to burst like a skin full of beer and shit. As for your reproofs, your dressing downs, Your orders, I wipe my with them. The colonel was speaking to him confidentially. The doctor caught sight of a gaping, mud-smeared thigh, a pearly gleam of femur deep inside. No. I'm the boss here. A written order, in writing please. Bring on the badly wounded ones, over there. Idiots. Wake up, man, keep 'em moving. I'll see you in the operating room. The red-faced colonel was gazing glassily at another, green-faced colonel being stretchered past. What's wrong with him? The colonel has been eviscerated, colonel, quite so, quite so. Keep up the good work. Above the milling of vertical and horizontal bodies stood huge white clouds. The chief medic ran to the courtyard entrance and with one glance took in the clouds, the banks of the road lined with pale beaches, and the multitude of the wounded emitting what sounded like a harmonious chorus of pain. The white coat and white mane were seen to charge, flailing, at a truck, go to blazes. You can't unload them here. No more. Full up. A hum was floating on the air, planes, planes. Hurry up. Nurse Erna contemplated the chaos from an upstairs window in the officer's wing. There was Koppel disappearing around the corner with small reluctant steps, on the way to his destruction, no doubt about it. The red-faced colonel was climbing back into his tiny green car, with a boa constrictor painted in yellowish-gray on it, swallowed by a boa. A truck blocked his path. The colonel emerged from the boa's stomach waving a stubby arm. No one saw or heard him. The muffled noise of the alert continued to crackle obstinately through the halls because a plane suddenly appeared, skimming the treetops. Erna picked up the internal telephone. Turn off that stupid racket, you morons. It's useless. She recognized the enemy insignia on the monster's underwing. It ground sinisterly over their heads, ignoring the 4th hospital, but seconds later a slow explosion made the remaining window panes vibrate loudly. The less glass there is, the more noise it makes. The heavenly thunderbolt had scored a bullseye on the motor fleet reserved for their evacuation. She looked at her watch. It was time for the kids' dressing. The blinded boy endured his darkness fairly well, but he still had a suppurating wound in the groin, threaded with catheters which were torture to replace. Is that you, Erna? He asked in an imposingly quiet voice. It's not just for show out there, right? Talk to me. I can hear all the sounds. I feel so much better, you know. I was thinking about you. What's going on? Nothing new, Tony. Here, drink this. The scarred and voided sockets no longer tortured him. Without the bandage, his head was hideously alluring. Thick chestnut locks swept the domed forehead, the nose was straight, the mouth full and serious, but the outsize hollows of the eyes, pale as gold in places, devastated a face condemned to the night. If only I could believe in God, she thought. She would give the blind boy a final, pacifying injection, as soon as she could arrange it. Let Tony sleep, let him sleep for good. If she still loved anyone in this world it was him, this big kid lost in the dark between nothingness and the bitter drink of life to come. His file, penned by someone with a twisted sense of humor, read, 22 years old, draftsman, outstanding performance in the field. Once they had conversed as follows: do you trust me, Tony? Yes. How do you imagine me? Erna avoided any references to sight. He reflected for a moment, his features bizarrely illuminated by a smile in which the eyes played no part. Young, very young, Erna felt herself aging, thank you, blind man. And tall and slim, with long soft tresses, all gathered up. Loyal and understanding. Straightforward. Erna's frizzy hair was turning gray. Loyal, that was true, mortally so, and yet the word was like a slap. Understanding, indeed, knowing that the deepest grief is to understand. Straightforward, yes, as a string of infernal knots. You're a little off the mark, Tony. No tresses, not soft hair, but let him think that I'm young. May I touch you, he said, moving a translucent hand toward her. She clasped it between her own. "And I'm tough." "One's got to be," the invalid said, with conviction. "So be tough, Tony, and answer me, your friend. Do you want to live or," warming these words with her voice, "would you prefer not to?" She saw the almost imperceptible tightening of his nostrils, his lips, the premature lines around his mouth. "But do you think I can live, Erna? No reprieve from lies and treachery." "Yes, I do. Then I want to live. And pity, which is the last form of love, must also be betrayed." The nurse knew she was lying again. "And so you will, I know you will." She forced a tinkling laugh, the sound of laughter a lie, and added, "I've never been wrong before. The ward doctor was taking a 24-hour leave, she could do it then." She was sorry she'd put it off. Tony ground his teeth while she removed the antiseptic dressings and replaced the catheters. A testicle was turning blue beneath the shrunken member. "I hope I didn't hurt you too much, Tony." He smiled, beads of sweat under his nostrils. "Not too much. Just a little. You're so good. I get the feeling you're pleased, too." "Are you?" If only he didn't ask why. "I am, it's true. Rest now. I'll drop in later." Footsteps were running up the stairs. Someone was whimpering wretchedly. "Erna, come quickly to the operating room, pleased by the breakdown, the demise of an entire world, pleased." "You should never say the word good again, Tony, it's a meaningless word, a blind word." The old rafters of the operating room were black. White shrouded forms were stooping and shifting around prostrate forms. The lamps created a mist of asphyxiating brightness surrounded by visceral penumbras. Scissors could be heard snipping through cloth and leather to expose wounds. 3 surgeons, their faces partly masked, stoked with benzedrine to keep them awake, worked amid raw flesh, pus, gangrene, dying flesh, hallucination. Their shining steel instruments, wondrously pure and cruel, preserved an impenetrable yet intelligent disorder from one torture to the next. Basins filled up with reddened cotton swabs mixed with scraps of flesh. In the bucket by the door, a pink, bristly male ear was resting on dark and light tufts of hair, beside some severed fingers. Rubber tubes and electric cables curved gracefully through the foggy glare. Erna, at a sign, clamped a man's head between both hands. His throat was an open wound, and she immediately felt the death tremors through her palms. Dr. Felix put down the scalpel, gazed hypnotically into the gray face, and clicked his tongue, "Done for. Take him away," and he turned aside wearily. On the neighboring table a colossus with an uncovered belly, starred with wounds, had fallen into an incoherently euphoric delirium. "Ha ha, ha ha, Lachine, 4,000, 3,600 marks. Snapdragons." "Mama," a long bout of groaning, then he launched into a verse from the Ninth Symphony, "We enter, drunk with joy, thy bright sanctuary." Drunk with joy. Gently Erna fitted the anesthetic mask onto a feverish head like a ball of roots pulled out of the soil. The day staff usually partied through the night, for life is short, death easy, in a certain sense, and joy fleeting, so. The boy he's for the girl. And the girl she's for the boy. The demolished city was preparing for sleep. Patrols were following perilous itineraries which intersected with those of lucky pass holders who were out looking for a good time. Muted singing could be heard deep in the charred ruins, in alcoves like the dens of shipwreckers, around daintily embroidered tablecloths, with plentiful quaffing of that delectable Scotch someone swiped after an American retreat, or the last of the champagne from the plunder of France, or the sweet Rhineland wine they call Liebesvermilch, milk of the beloved woman, or the chief's coffee filched from the storeroom, and every bottle, if its story could be known, would relate a gory melodrama. Full of episodes of the last days of a civilization. The trophies most prized by victorious armies, Conrad once remarked, are the ones they treasure up to the very last minute of their own defeats, are the bottles, the heroic survivors of slaughtered units organized group sex parties, for lack of privacy, and anyway the proud but not too proud depravity of warriors is more fun. Couples entwined wherever they could, mingling lips, breasts, hips, and groins, bursts of laughter and tears, rage and joy. All together now, softly, allegretto. Let's make love. On top of the grave. The common grave. That is our fate. You'll be my grave. Adelina. The worms will have to wait till after. After. Come Herminia, Adelina. Or suddenly switching to a mode of lyrical lamentation so touching that the eyes of the Adelinas became moist, and it took 5 men to prevent a pilot from emptying his revolver on everyone. Sweet young maiden, fair of breath. Marlene with hips to die for. What do you wait for 'neath the crescent moon? Nevermore will he return. Oh Marlene, Marlene. I find myself wondering, confessed a grenadier of the battalion of death, whether I shall ever again be able to sleep with a woman in private and without beating her. I actually tried it the other day, with a classy, good-looking one between clean sheets, if you can imagine that, and I couldn't get it up. Me. Someone shot back gaily, you won't have that problem much longer. Indeed, in a part. Long live endless war. Empire of the world. End of the world. Great universal grave. Sung to the tune of a lively march, the words were Conrad's, disseminated thanks to the Secret Service, which was hell-bent on arresting the author. Under cover of such fraternal orgies of boozing and brawling, after which the corpse, thrown into the street, would be attributed to Polish outlaws, Erna met with Conrad, a volunteer on the night security shift with perforated lungs, skinny, properly helmeted and shined. The young man looked shy and resolute. People imagined that they enjoyed having their pleasure in the open air, pressed up against derelict walls like homeless animals, and this was the subject of a good deal of joking speculation. Well? Erna questioned anxiously, when Conrad had come for her and they were standing outside under the portico of a bank that still lorded over the surrounding devastation. The committee has found a new meeting place, he said. And the voice, do we know who? No, but I suspect an amputee who ran into Corporal Boehm's patrol about 20 minutes later. I'll find out. Come along. Careful. There are 6 steps down, then a gap to hop over, it's got water in it. Hold on to my arm, we can't use the light. Conrad did not switch on his flashlight until they were crawling over a rubble of cement dust and burned paper. The candlelit vault was genuinely pleasant and clean, though chill as the grave. Erna shook hands with Bartek the Polish delegate, Alain from France, and the Spaniard Ignacio before glancing around her. There were separate piles of weapons, canned food, and clothes. More surprising was the presence of a pair of massive strong boxes, tilted toward each other, intact. How about it, we've infiltrated the very foundations of capitalism, said Conrad, the German delegate. Now for the superstructure. He went straight on to the technical specifications. The volume of air and the seriously inadequate ventilation limit us to a maximum of 10 people staying here. There's a risk of flooding if bombed. Extremely unlikely to be detected, though, save through our own carelessness. The 2 schoolboys who found it have been evacuated to Thuringia. They used it for hiding potatoes. Bartek the shoemaker, based on his experience as a staff officer, predicted that the Americans would capture the city within the week. Much given to making solemn prognostications, his rate of accuracy was as high as 50%, if he said so himself, a not dishonorable record for a tactician trained by ignoramuses who understood nothing of warfare. Apart from 2 groups of armaments workers, his Polish contingent was proving hard to discipline. They got into fights every night. Yesterday, 7 were shot. Alain reported the formation of a tolerable resistance committee within the most privileged, that is, the most corrupt French commando. Alain was afraid of gangsters, informers, anti-Semitism, the radio, dirty deals. He asked for 2 guys with guts, dressed as petty bourgeois, to carry out a delicate assignment. Got them for you, Ignacio said. Myself and a Trotskyite from Madrid I know. Erna shot him an arch look. You heard right, dear lady, Ignacio said teasingly. Right, said Alon. Conrad briefed them on the latest developments. The elite division, it was discussed all over the town, had melted away under a storm of sulfurous bombs and the like, ground into pulp by the Shermans, the last survivors machine-gunned from the air by well-targeted fire, for lack of air cover. Formed of veterans and recently drafted young replacements, half fanatics and the other half chicken shits, marching toward the firing line like condemned men to the scaffold, encouraged by summary executions. The division was not at its full complement, either. So which half were chicken? Bartek wanted to know, moved by a professional interest in the behavior of fighters under pressure. Both, smiled Conrad. As for the population, it was on its knees. The petty bourgeois is skidding on the vomit of its own abjectness, ugh. Ignacio winced. Nobly put. Factual. They've always been that way. The Volkssturm was thoroughly demoralized, save for one ravening company of young wolves packed with the teenage scions of Nazi families. So anyone who hasn't deserted already will be chopped into little pieces, which is fine by me. Good riddance. 17-year-old brain matter is so damn malleable, it's enough to put one off youth forever. A surprisingly healthy black market, got SEI dank, kept supplied by the Quartermaster General. Prices for civilian clothing rising, identity papers, ration cards, and certificates declining, the colossal demand stimulated wholesale production, and the supply of forgeries nearly outstripped the demand. The party was on its last legs. The hardline faction was contemplating suicide or possible resistance from mountain redoubts. That's a laugh, said Bartek. There was some acknowledgement of ideological and political blunders. The military caste ought to have been purged long ago. The hardliners, though numerically insignificant, might still pull off some desperate coup. The bulk of the party, stupefied and discouraged, but there's no shortage of smart thinkers discreetly getting rid of their Führer portraits, calf-bound Mein Kampfs, uniforms and armbands, which means we can get hold of some. Those rats think only about leaving the ship. The trouble is they have a deadly fear of salt water. As for the old working class, all but a handful of true stalwarts have become disoriented by the bitterness they feel. You can see their point. 2 wars, a revolution, waves of inflation, crises, persecutions, unemployment, demagogy, anti-Bolshevism, pact with Bolshevism, war on Bolshevism, a whirlwind of traumatic events, all in one generation. The worst of it is, these used to be men with sound heads on their shoulders. Come to the point, said Alon. Right. The communists are more active than the Social Democrats, the Social Democrats more reliable. Erna cut in, her voice level. In the interests of unity, best to abstain from political psychologizing. Broadly, what do people think? They think they're in hell, that tomorrow will be worse than today, that there's nothing left to believe in or to hope for, but still, they'd rather not all be wiped out just yet. Ignacio remarked flippantly, they do display a healthy philosophy of nature. Lacking a political psychology, they have a zoological mentality. And I couldn't agree with you more, Erna, providing we could forget an awful lot of things. I'm all for unity, no one keener, but I won't hide from you that if I were in the East and the CP took over, I would adopt a few personal precautions pronto. Underground sway, number 2. Bartek concurred, with a pained grimace. Alon shrugged grumpily. The Pole distracted the committee by tiptoeing up to one of the safes and gluing his ear to the side. Something is up, he said. I have had 18 long hours to study the hard heart of these financial idols, and I've found it reacts to the great emotions of the earth. My reading is, Major Artillery Offensive West by Northwest. Conrad led Erna out by the other exit. A good meeting place must have 2 exits. The pair of them emerged on what used to be a commercial thoroughfare, strangely well preserved and animated. Large clumps of splintered buildings remained upright around their blacked-out display windows and vacant interiors. This architecture was vaguely reminiscent of the Badlands of Colorado or Afghanistan as seen in geography books, vertical mountains chiseled into castles. A procession of trucks straggled down the cleared roadway like a giant snake of black vehicles, hissing and growling, guided onward by obscure glimmers of light. A youth tightly belted into leathers checked Erna's pass and Conrad's registration card, zealous enough to play his flashlight over their faces. "Where have you come from?" "Bed," answered Erna, smiling. "Does that tempt you?" "No thanks, Fräulein, move along. No loitering in this zone." The last motorized infantry were crammed into the squad personnel carriers, a conglomeration of heads massed together with slim barrels. All of a sudden, 100 yards ahead, a white star was born in the inky sky, releasing an unbearable brilliance floating to the ground among the convulsed buildings, highlighting the marquee of a cinema. The fez, thick mustache, and smoke rings of Khedive cigarettes loomed over the startled convoy from the center of this inhuman glare. "Precise targeting," muttered Conrad. "Let's hurry." The star faded, having broken the silence of the sky where now a hum of engines could be heard far above. The star flared once more in the form of a scream, a sudden demented howl that rippled heavily over the convoy, echoing through 1,000 thunderstruck spines. The human mass smothered the cry beneath its weight as one smothers remorse, as one would want to smother fear. Conrad slipped his arm around Erna's waist for appearances, for invisible eyes were watching. "Sometimes I feel I could let rip like that madman. That madman who had already been killed, I think. I'm disciplined enough to stop myself, but which is the crazier, I wonder, to be disciplined or to scream? You, Erna, you put up a great show of being the woman with nerves of steel, but you're as bad as I am. And all those poor bastards riding off to the slaughterhouse without a peep, how they'd love to howl their guts out. It would be an overwhelming relief, the convoy would stop, the special troops would go wild, then join in 3 minutes late, aig. The battle would be over before it began. The victors would quake to enter such a madhouse. It could mean the return of sanity." "Shut up," Erna said stiffly. "Shut up or I'll scream." The first deep thumps of an artillery barrage resounded somewhere. The ruins shook. Immense veils were ripped asunder in the night. There was silence among men. *******. The importance that explosives have acquired in people's lives is equal only to that of papers. With barely a glance at the man, the robot on guard before some trapdoor peruses your papers, die documentin. His decision is the result of a series of dates, rubber stamps, and itemized rules interlocking like cogwheels in his head at roughly an inch below the helmet. The robot pronounces, not in order, "Come this way." This may be the beginning of the end of one's own small but cherished world, within the larger end of the world. Alon naturally attempted to argue with the robot, he very nearly groveled. "Mein Kamerad, Sie han sie doch. Just look. I'm almost in order, surely, hardly out at all, look, lovely blue card, pink card, travel permit, expired, crucial other paper here." The man-robot of the final hour, pumped up with a zeal that would make as much difference as the flight of a gnat in a cordite explosion, was impervious to argument. He had the build for the job, a big brute with watery eyes. The well-worn record spun in his larynx to produce the stock response under every climb, still changeless amid pan-destruction, "Tell it to the sergeant." But where was the robot sergeant? 100 marks might have nuanced his sense of responsibility, oiled the rusty wheels of his mental clockwork. After all, banknotes are also made of paper, that's why the magic sometimes works. Alon started playing his own record, stuck on a single word, shit. What could be more infuriating than to be shot by mistake or misplaced zeal on the eve of deliverance, to be the last casualty of a lost war, minutes before the ceasefire? But until this happens there's always the luck factor, You never know. If you made a list of the ways luck has shepherded you defenseless, trembling, and alive through a global massacre, there'd be no choice but to accept the complete randomness of the universe, its sovereign absurdity, the existence of an unimaginably insane God. Alon continued his meditation in a prison that looked like nothing known, while being essentially the same as every other prison. Comforting sunshine, pouring like warm water over his dirty, aching body, warmed the rear playground of this shattered school, whose ground floor and basement had been converted into a holding pen for prisoners. Rumor had it that Altstadt's jail, symbolically spared by the fires of heaven and earth, was full to bursting with enemies of the people, traitors, suspects, and foreigners. One privileged wing with rations of meat and dried fruits was reserved for unworthy party members, or perhaps not so unworthy, who could say? They may have sold army tires and provisions, changed their names, burned their uniforms, denied the race and the Führer, yet no sooner did they feel the robot's iron grip on their scruffs than repentance gushed touchingly forth, the faith returned, the selfless service of the past was brought to bear so earnestly that it was hard to know what to do with them, despite the implacable orders from above. Especially as the judges themselves. Here, barbed wire enclosed a makeshift jail as provisional as life itself, from a catwalk of rickety planks, with a sentry box on top, the guard could see down into the yards, the doorways, the windows, and the latrines dug here and there behind broken-down walls. Alon lay on his belly under the sun, watching the man with the submachine gun trudge back and forth on his aerial gangway. From behind he looked massive in his forest green cloak, but on turning he showed the fretful face of a convalescent. The Italian was stretched out opposite the Frenchman. The Croat, lounging against the wall of the piss house, had stuck his legs out wide apart, trousers rolled above the knee to expose his shins and naked feet to the sunshine. His feet were mottled, swollen, blackened lumps that seemed to be going rotten beneath the skin. The Croat, a hirsute giant built for strength, now sucked dry, sunk in a permanent stupor. The Italian short, with bright eyes and hands that seemed agile even at rest said, "Only 4 soldiers, and at least 70 of us." The Frenchman looked skeptical. "The wire is pretty well laid out. If they rained a few more bombs over this corpse of a town, I might have an idea." "Can't count on that," the Italian said glumly. He winked in the direction of the bushy-haired Croat. "A goner, that one. Don't worry, he only understands his own lingo and a few words of Hun, especially Schwein. Did you see the solace of his feet, the veins on his calves? He took a beating last night, he was hollering like 10 stuck pigs. It was in the store cupboard to the right, with the iron trellis window. They'll bump him off tonight or tomorrow when they have the time or the inclination, you know how they are. There's no gallows so they can't hang him. There's no ammo, no firing squad, they'll just dish him a bullet or 2 in the gut so he can watch himself die. The executioner is Henschel, the fat one who looks like Goring with fangs. Eunuch voice, eyes drowned in blubber, chest full of decorations he must have stolen. He's off duty this morning." "And you?" asked Alon without curiosity. "Might be down for the same treatment. I was caught crossing over the lines, my job was pouring concrete for the artillery. I might just have a chance." "Fascio." "Barely. My ass was in it, but I kept my head cool." The sickly guard's gaze wandered reproachfully in their direction. Grinning, the Frenchman raised his hand in a cordial wave, laughing Heil. The man with the submachine gun jumped, thrust the weapon aggressively forward, answered Schweigen. Silence. Like an automaton, and resumed his pacing. The prisoners had a clear view of his pinched face, a child sapped by a tapeworm. "Don't know what he's been marinating in," Alon said, "but if it wasn't his superior's latrine, then it must have been in a puss-filled hospital." The Italian sniggered, showing a mouthful of broken teeth. "I reckon we're in T-section, condemned to death, probably." Henschel came around and gave me a funny look from over the wall. I'd never forgive myself for getting knocked off during the last 3 days of the Great Reich. Me neither. The guard was walking over again, without looking at them, head down. The Frenchman uttered softly, "Blood und Todd." The guard stopped short and they heard him cock his weapon. "Don't move," whispered the Frenchman to the Italian. The Croat flexed his feet in the sun. Suddenly, piteously, he bellowed over and over, "Neen! Neen! Neen!" Above them the guard was shaking in a fury, or a nervous fit. Nothing happened. The Croat relapsed into lethargy. Then a small man in a big peaked cap appeared in a gap in the wall and stood staring. He looked like a sun-dazzled owl. The guard trudged along the gangway. The owl vanished, then reappeared through the pale wooden door of the yard. He hopped toward the Croat and looked him over impassively. A short length of something hard bounced repeatedly off the prisoner's bushy head, making a thick, deadened sound. The prisoner turned on his side with a groan and lay doubled up in an odd position. Black rivulets of blood trickled down his forehead. The man in the high kepi decorated by a silver eagle turned toward the other two in the yard. His boots creaked, he was trim and elegant, cinched by a black leather belt. Slope-shouldered. The Italian turned the other way and played dead. The Frenchman, without rising, executed a crisp military salute. The owl was swinging a piece of iron pipe at the end of his fist. The moment darkened. The owl turned on his heel. They heard him lock the door. "Phew," said Alain. The Italian opened his tunic a fraction to reveal the handle of a tool. "I had this, but we were fucked. Now shut up. There's nothing to do but stick it to them between the shoulder blades from behind, round midnight. Only snag is, we'd need to be outside." The sun shone mildly. Now every time the guard passed by them, he slowed down. He seemed hypnotized by the expanding puddle of the Croat's blood. Alain was biting his lips. He began speaking under his breath, as if to himself, offering the back of his head to the submachine gun. "Blood, blood, blood, Todd, Todd, und Todd. Blood, 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 death, death, and death." "Shut the fuck up, you'll get us killed," the Italian hissed. "Possibly," said Alain. The obsessive litany ticked on, blood, 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 and death, death, blood and death, blood. The forest green cape halted above them, dark against an azure sky in the full glare of noon. In a low, personal voice, imitating the Frenchman's, he ordered, "Schweigen." Silence. The Frenchman merely lowered his own voice further, and it was still audible, an obedient muttering, "Blood, blood, blood, death, death, and death, blood, blood, blood." It went on for seconds or minutes, in a sluggish interval that clotted like blood. The blackish puddle spread outward. The guard walked jerkily on, boards squeaking under his weight. The incantation continued. The squeaking stopped. There was an abrupt thump, followed by a sun-drowned stillness. The guard had collapsed at the foot of the sentry box, his helmet had come off, and the childish head with its shaven skull was lolling against the boards. "Got him," breathed Alain, his forehead dripping. "I knew it." A whistle blew in another sentry post, rapid footsteps thudded along the boards. Some figures bustled around the fallen guard before bumping him down the ladder like a sack of potatoes. A beardless youth in a policeman's cap, with bunches of grenades attached to his belt, paced the catwalk nervously. "Now we're fucked," the Italian said. "Yes," said Alain. The chain of events progressed in broad daylight as though in a madman's nightmare. The new guard looked at the coagulating pool under the Croat's thatch of hair. Alain struck up his muted litany once more, blood, 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 death. The boy in the policeman's cap burst out laughing. His laughter was answered from the remote horizon by great rumbling, like air coming out of a tire, deepening into a hurricane roar, the distant sabbath of the big guns. The laughter of the grenade-belted boy broke off in a kind of hiccup. Two important commanders were coming into the main yard, Alain could see them through the gap in the wall. The Italian rolled over onto his back, arms flung out, laughing with all of his broken teeth, all of his arched spine, his eyelids fluttering against the sun. His head lay close to the black puddle, so that in laughing he, too, seemed to bleed. The litany of blood continued, the distant booming of the Sabbath continued, the placid sunshine continued, guttural commands raked the air. The Italian and the Frenchman appeared together before the two commanders, in a spotless office with potted geraniums flowering on the window sills. They performed the ritual salute in style. The chief of the subdivision for guest workers attached to the extraordinary security service of the etc., Faucon by name, questioned the Frenchman at the same time as Guedepfel, the joint subdirector of civil defense under the Department for Emergency Mobilization of the Counter-Espionage Corps of the State Secret Police, or whatever it was, questioned the Italian, thus expediting the proceedings. Faucon had stiff, brush-cut hair and appeared to be chewing gum, but it was only a facial tic. Guedepfel had slicked down hair, a starched collar, a bulging tunic, and a blunt nose, like a pig's snout. The eyes of the first were tiny, creased, and watery, the eyes of the second bulged dully. Neither trusted the other. "Listen to that," said Faucon into Guedepfel's ear, "they're going at it hammer and tongs to the north." "The north, you think so? In the direction of our one single decent supply or evacuation route? Are we to being sacrificed like lambs, or will the evacuation orders come through in time? It's all very well to hold out and die standing fast, but who will save the nation then? We are the flower of the nation, after all." The Gauleiter's last remarks were inspired by the Field Marshal's order of the day, as if this were a time for epic literature. The red-eyed owl thrust his kepi peaked like the crest of a silver cock between their heads. As he whispered, the two commanders stared at the two prisoners. "Very good," Guedepfel said to the owl, "I approve." From the next room came the exhausted sobs of a woman, punctuated by cries of "I won't. I won't." A male voice rapped silence, "Whores," just as the artillery salvos appeared to be moving closer. "Those are our big guns," Faucon hoped, sweaty-browed. After reaming out his nostrils with a pudgy finger, Guedepfel assumed the impassivity of a younger Hindenburg. Next door the weeping ceased for a moment, then broke out afresh. "I'm the wife of an unimpeachable party member. You have no right." The callow and pomaded Hindenburg turned into a bulldog about to bite. "Silence those hysterical females. Not another sound. Straight away, Commander." Clicked heels and ramrod shoulders, even if they were only the owl's, provided a heartening reminder of the existence of discipline. The cannon to the north emitted a prolonged hoo-hoo-hoo that was crushed flat by a Baomararh at the very instant at which the wailing next door was cut off. "Explain yourself," Faucon demanded of the Frenchman. "Pitelli, deserted to the enemy," Guedepfel read out in quiet voice. "Do you admit the charges?" The accusation death penalty had become so commonplace that it impressed him no more than the theft of a can of beans, red-handed pillaging, unpatriotic talk, or the fornication of a refugee's daughter with some Polish worker. If the laws were actually to be enforced in our demolished cities, it would require execution squads working around the clock, when the manpower is badly needed elsewhere, and a limitless concentration camp. Faucon listened as Alain, standing at attention, recited a string of explanations that formed an irrefutable argument like a madman's closed system. Faucon studied the sturdy, determined, reasonable young man with grudging interest, for the French were beginning to regain, in his esteem, something of the prestige of the victors of 1918. He well remembered the occupation of the Rhineland, and de Gaulle was undeniably a character to be reckoned with. Alain was breezing through a faultless enumeration of the blown-up bridges, obstructed railway lines, barred roads, and broken-down trains, the orders from one checkpoint and counter-orders from the next that all together had combined to make his progress so tortuous. He did not omit to relate what he had seen at the third checkpoint: sergeants hacked to pieces in a tiny guard room drenched from ceiling to floor in blood. Blood, blood, blood everywhere. It was terrifying, and the corpses were minus their heads. That's quite enough, Faucal interrupted. Due to these contretemps, the honest truth was that while Altstadt was not perhaps on the prescribed route for this prisoner of war cum voluntary worker on sick leave, he simply could not have gone anywhere else, given his firm and loyal undertaking never to infringe regulations. For some time now, Faucal had been unable to tolerate the sight, the very idea, of blood, our blood. He returned the Frenchman's papers, supplemented with a new violet card on which he stamped his stamp. You will report to Workforce Center at headquarters. Alain's heart leaped. Was there still a Workforce Center at headquarters? You've got a bad case of the runs, Commandant. A smartly dressed housewife had already pushed past him to the desk, invoking the authority of some Oberleutnant and waving a paper that was not in her name but in that of a dead woman. Distracted by the pounding cannon fire, Faucal struggled to grasp that she had been signing in the deceased's name in order to obtain her rations. It was my sister-in-law, I've taken in her daughter, Greet, her husband's disappeared and the Oberleutnant assured me that. Of what did he assure you, the Oberleutnant? That I can resurrect a sister-in-law. He continued, and that a forgery is not a forgery. His fit of bluster subsided into throat clearing, because the paper he was reading had caught his attention. So your husband is in the party, an army chauffeur. He most certainly is, and very well regarded, ask anyone in the 12th sector. When evacuation orders are imminently expected, it's sound policy to do favors for the drivers, especially those of the 12th sector. Very good, you're free to go while inquiries proceed. Send your husband to see me. The Italian, Giacomo Patelli, was explaining to Commander Guedepfel that he'd momentarily lost his head under the bombardment, his chiefs and supervisors had vanished, and there was only one way to get out, in the direction of the enemy as it happens, but he didn't realize, he thought he was catching up with what was left of the company. Couldn't you see where the firing was issuing from? Apparently from the sky, sir, I swear, all hell was crashing down on top of us. That's enough, said Guedepfel, energetically scratching his thigh. Court-martial, transfer him. The owl did not dare to mention that there was nowhere to transfer him to, and that the courts-martial were no longer functioning. After 80 minutes of business the commanders called it a day. Standing by their motorcycles, they conferred, stiff with mutual mistrust. Not very promising, Faucal said. Should I evacuate the archives on my own initiative? Your archives are your responsibility. I'm against evacuation. Guedepfel shrugged a padded shoulder. I'm staying, unless ordered personally. The small vial of poison, hanging from a cord against the fleece of his chest, steeled him while burning a hole in his heart. He was counting on receiving that personal order. What titans were about to fall? Germany would never recover. But having served in an extermination camp for Jewish vermin in Poland, he did not greatly rate his chances of crossing over in the event of a capitulation. This abject colleague was the last person he could tell of his decision not to be hanged by a cabal of New York Jews, now that everything was hopeless. What about you people? He inquired unpleasantly. The pullback of our offices has been postponed for the moment, in view of the imminent counter-offensive, I understand. Oh. Faucal had evoked this counter-offensive merely to infuriate the fanatical dullard before him, the kind of maniac who would like nothing better than to drag a whole people to suicide. But your department is hardly essential to the front line. Guedepfel objected, in a derogatory tone which Faucal chose to overlook, edging closer to speak privately for there were other motorcyclists nearby, who might have read derision or defeatism into a perfectly reasonable remark. Whatever may lie in store, I have faith in the genius of the Führer. If that's of any consolation to you, my friend. Don't we all? Cried Guedepfel angrily. You fraud, he thought, if you haven't already wangled yourself an Alsatian passport, I've lost my nose for cowards and quitters. They parted with an exchange of rigid salutes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Frenchman was wandering through the ruins. He would go up to policemen, waving his violet card and asking for the new address of the Workforce Center for Foreign Defense Workers, apparently no longer at the address marked. They answered him politely, with dazed incomprehension. Panic was rising. He drank a cup of potato flour broth. He was hungry. His fountain pen and half of his cash had been retained by the owl, that was inevitable. To unstitch his jacket collar and remove a banknote, he would need some privacy. Breaking in somewhere and stealing things he could sell on the black market seemed simpler and, above all, more attractive. On pain of death, of course, but then the Tata strafe stared you in the face every 100 yards in the form of laughable notices, treacherous holes in the road, collapsing walls, dangling power lines, uniforms of every stripe, informers without uniforms, marauders on the prowl, and it could also drop on you by the purest of chance, like a meteor. Best to not be entirely innocent, you'll feel less of a fool when you get caught. Toward the end of the afternoon, Alon's attention was caught by the shuttered prow of a house in a badly damaged neighborhood. The tradesman's entrance was masked by a pair of tall thin walls, leaning toward each other like parodies of the Tower of Pisa, the sparse bricks sagging until the tops nearly touched, a truly comic sight. No imagination, however wild or drunk, could ever conceive the wealth of fantastical architectural effects to be found in bombed-out cities. Kids growing up in them may someday, as these visions mature within them, create a new art that will be neither realistic nor surrealistic, for destruction nurtures a special reality basically close to the unreal. The bogus reality of civilization reverted back to first principles, violent death, the dissolution of beings and works, the anxious persistence of a life force free of justification. Paintings of individual psychological terrors would seem ridiculous here. Start expressing the great authentic terror, or buzz off. You're still busy thinking, my boy, as though it were of any use, as though there were avant-garde journals too. Anyway, let's go inside. Alon tapped with sly insistence at the obviously locked door. What if someone were taking a nap inside? I'd say, please excuse me, madam, sir, or would you rather I crushed your larynx and jugular with these fingers here? Silence. The kitchen shutter was easily prized off. Alon stepped over sacks, mattresses, and broken glass to reach a small room furnished in light-colored wood, presumably occupied, for it was as cluttered with odds and ends as a fairground cart. Shiny tins ranged on a shelf contained some sourdough and bitter herbal tea. How little it takes to reawaken my good intentions. If my unknown host turns up, I'll be all apologies. I was terribly hungry, madam or sir, and it's time you knew you've lost the war. Whereas I am winning it, so, though I may not look much like a conqueror, allow me to offer my protection. All the same, he picked up the meat cleaver, an excellent means of persuasion. If they come back in a group of 2 or 3, I'm done for. Death is the penalty, my friend. A coin tossed in the air for the 100,000th time. You can't win every time, but maybe the 100,001st time. Let's win. He was winning. Bottles, poorly hidden under the couch behind books and boxes, their sealed necks protruding. Wonderful, stupendous, incredible. To be shot after getting wasted, at least that would be a worthy end. Alon popped a cork, with one blow of the cleaver, and greedily drank the Moselle, a pert little vintage ripened beneath the tender rays of peacetime which brightened your mind, revived your optimism, and reburnished the shine of your lucky star. He must have drunk too much, for fatigue began to sway in him, leaden and yet weightless. It would be risky to sleep here. The alarm clock marked 5, and night would be a long time coming. The clock ticked away like all the timepieces in the world, indifferent to the colicky burpings of the cannon. They don't bother me either, my plucky little robot, so tell me, what do you have to say about the flow of time? Imbecile, you count the minutes without knowing what they are, the miser counts his pennies, the general counts his bombs, the refugee counts his fleas, the executioner counts his victims, no one knows what it is. One more little glass of wine. A glass to get us feeling fine. Good song, that. Alon smashed the neck of another bottle and drank. Clock. Sinister, dread, impassive God. Remember. Souviens-toi. Squanderer. Esto mimer. Off the mark, Baudelaire. Better not to remember. Esto mimer, pain of death. I'm good, that is to say drunk, wine is good. The solitary's wine, the murderer's wine. We're all solitaries and murderers, old boy. I'm as drunk as a drunken mule. I'll piss on the carpet, can't expect me to go hunting for a non-existent toilet. Carpets, lieber Herr, gnädige Frau, are made to be pissed on the day of victory, and if today isn't the day of victory, I'll piss as though it were the day of victory. And if you don't like it, landlord, I'll smash your face in, drink more of your wine, and piss again if I please. The cleaver gleamed, last weapon of the last fighter of the last hour of the last battle of the last city. And the drunken man's eyes widened, the scenery changed. Life is continuity, death is rupture, and between the two lies WW war, the whoosh of shells, the towers of mounting smoke, the mushrooms of clouds, the stupefaction of finding myself intact, in one piece, little me, in my own home on the Rue de Fleuris. The proof? All I need is to put out my hand, really must wash my hands, so tired, I have the hands of a road worker. And reach over to the bookshelf, like so, and pull out my Botticelli, here it is, and open it. Good Lord, or is it Lucifer, I no longer believed it possible. Mathilde will have a fit when she sees me here. Get those muddy shoes off the sofa, she'll scold. You're priceless, Tilda. He opened a large, coffered book. Botticellian figures of long-necked women with candid eyes, wreathed in leaves and flowers, were coming toward him. Look, Tilda. What a draftsman, that loving vigor in every stroke, that clear-eyed vision elevated to the highest degree of purity. Real vision, ideally superior to reality, just as the essential and the eternal are superior to contingency. Is it Lionello Venturi's book, or Jacques Menel's? Both those writers understood him. It would have taken your sad day pencil, Botticelli, to do the portrait of a Jacques Menel. Menel is dead, Sandro. Alessandro de Mariano Filippi, Botticelli, a name like a beautiful line of poetry. His power was not to express dreams but to achieve the synthesis of a golden age dream and a purified reality, thus he encountered the marvel of truth. Faces tend to fulfill an archetype bequeathed by the millennia, which themselves refined our human features. Material faces, asserting themselves in space, pick up all the bruises, deformations, blemishes, and blurrings that our flesh of clay is prone to, and every expression of misery adheres to them. They are more carnal, more social, than truthful. Sandro restores them to an eternally adolescent oval, youth knowing neither regret nor repression, with eyes slightly enlarged for the right visual effect, because Sandro is aware of the infirmity of our eyes which he heals. Learn to see in this way, love the healer of our eyes. The eyes of Botticelli's figures bring peace like the charm of flowers. His slim women remind us of tall young trees, pushing upward under the caress of sun and wind. No trickery here, Sandro draws his eyes by the rules, much more accurate than sight, he withdraws it from the flesh and from the abstract, this geometric magician. He puts true freshness into them, but rinsed off, he washes out your eyes from inside. Their expression is limpid, direct, they have the courage to live, they have the firmness of crystal and also a crystalline anxiety, for they have seen the mists of falsehood dispersed. They smile gravely, with darkness hidden beneath their clarity, they can look upon the tragic without blinking because spring lives inside them, their eyes untroubled by the tragedy they reflect. The fear that has been overcome but still lingers at the back of their pupils comes from knowledge and secrecy mastered by innocence. Where's my Etruscan art? In God's name, what have they done with my Etruscan art? I forbade these books to be lent, because who'd be fool enough to return them? He foraged among the spines, irritated, with stumbling fingers. Here was Kandinsky's book, Abstract Art. Kandinsky begins by lifting from reality its colors, lights, and volumes, its essential substance, and that is doubtless a process of abstraction, but it's even more a process of reduction to a concrete, rather than abstract, symbol, resulting in a densely simplified landscape. Pushing this procedure to the limit, Kandinsky arrives at a purely mental sign, as conventional as the algebraic X, which might with no loss of meaning be replaced by a triangle, an asterisk, or a dot. Yes, a dot, the perfect unknown reduced to a minimum of visible existence. Abstraction, destruction. Straining to see beyond the visible, the artist is left with nothing at his disposal but a set of signs, no longer images or symbols, on their way to becoming number. Hold it there, friend, you're turning away from the earth, the lovely, living earth, you're squandering the gifts of form, you're betraying the real, you're losing the eyes which Sandro had healed. Abstraction culminates in the black-on-white grids of Mondrian, straight lines, right angles, ingenious variations on the prison bar theme. Then poor old Mondrian remembers about color, and fills in a corner of his jail with a minute square of wash, better than nothing, to be sure, but after that, how gorgeous, how unforgettable a red blouse looks or a richly patterned scarf. All that remains of art is an imprisoned whiteness. You'll say it's powerful, and I won't deny it. Very powerful and very dead. Prison for prison, allow me to prefer that painting by Raphael, The Martyrdom of, who was it now? Here we go, this good wine is mixing up my martyrdoms and my deliverances, much the same thing as it may be. Doesn't martyrdom begin again after deliverance? That's it, the deliverance of St. Peter, in the Vatican apartments if the Vatican has not been bombed to smithereens in a hail of deliverance. In the foreground, the bars, the only part Mondrian would have thought worth keeping. Behind the bars, the group of warriors, jailers, and the angel, the source of celestial radiance, and old man Peter in chains, drooping, not understanding that deliverance is at hand, or understanding that it is darker than martyrdom in prison. Where's that bottle? There were still a few dregs from the source in it. I drink to the source, to the archangel, to the breeze beating the bushes, and no more bars. Oops, someone's coming. A woman, Mathilde, not Mathilde, it can't be, I hear her stepping down from a leafy grove by Botticelli. He shouted, who's there? He grabbed the meat cleaver. The kitchen door was opening. It's me, Bridget. Is Gertrude out? Who are you? Alain put down the bottle, empty, saw the art books lying open, the mat blade in his hand. Waves pulsed through his head. What? Who? Let's see, Alain. I saw you at my show, at Fortune S, right? The intruder, in narrow jacket and white beret, slender-necked, was in truth Botticellian, but that poor lopsided face, those enormous 12-year-old's eyes seared by the fires of hell. You're ill, tell me. You look crazy, that's natural, it will happen or it won't happen, keep drinking, there's more left. Alain smashed the neck of another bottle and held it out to Bridget, golden bubbles splashing onto the books and foaming all over his hand. My hands are incredibly filthy, I'm going to disgust you, mademoiselle. Don't drink it all, I'm thirsty too. The intruder asked, did Gertrude go out? Out with her lover, by Jove. Have a seat, you're charming. Not feeling so well? Make yourself comfy and tell me all about it. You can trust me, you know. My head hurts, but that's what a fine wine will do. Who are you? The intruder repeated in so penetrating a tone that she found her answer. You're French, aren't you? An artist? But what is that for? She was pointing at the meat cleaver. He cried out in a low voice, touch that and it almost sobered him. Damn the whole pack of you, don't think I won't put up a fight? Bridget said, you're drunk. You can't stay here. Come to my house, where you can sleep. Come on, get up. He smiled, beatifically compliant. Young, clear-featured, staggering with tiredness. Your word is my command, Empress. You're superb. Have another swig to please me, and I'll finish the bottle. Bridget took a few swallows of the cheerful wine. Give me your arm. No one will ask any questions. -2 knows me. Minus what? The algebraic x, the dot, the reduction to the abstract, to non-existence. Minus times minus equals plus. Franz. He lost a leg and an arm, so we call him -2. He's a very good man. What if I finished him off? Then he'd be minus everything. 0. The ideal point. Alain spun the cleaver into the air and caught it like a juggler, nearly falling over in his exuberance. But there's no ideal point, she said mournfully, and nothing is ever finished. He stuffed the cleaver into his clothing and took the Botticelli book under his arm. Under the arch of a bridge, blown there by the wind perhaps, he searched for a glimpse of water. There was none. Bridget helped him up a ladder. Lie down. Go to sleep. Alain dropped onto the bed, opened the art book. The book fell from his hands. How good it is to fall asleep at last, how? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Every morning Herr Schiff the schoolmaster paid a visit to his lilac bushes. Neither the heat of the fires nor the cement dust in the air had deterred them from flowering. The force of simple vegetal vitality. His shrubs enjoyed more space and light, now that there were no houses around. Schiff pruned a few deviant spears, for the plant will be hardier if it concentrates its sap in a few well-proportioned branches. Then he noticed the silence. A blissful silence. Suspiciously so. What did it mean? The gravel crunched under the uneven step of Franz the cripple. Good day, Herr Professor. How are your lilacs doing? You're a happy man, Herr Professor, to have such splendid blooms. Donnerwetter. Always so pleasant in your domain. The little garden measured less than 8 yards square. Its wrought iron railings, uprooted in some places, ballooned like a metallic sail in others. The neatly raked walk was the more enticing for the fact that it led nowhere, intimacy without issue. The diabolical stone lacework all around was kept at bay by this smooth path with its reminder that humble toil, order, and perseverance existed, and might still, albeit exceptionally, claim their reward from the very jaws of pan-destruction. To build and rebuild without tiring, without end, was that not man's mission? Or not so much his mission as his chore? How many times was Rome rebuilt? Some nod of providential approval, Herr Schiff was sure of it, had spared this tiny corner of the world for the benefit of 3 lilac bushes, one of them stunted. A bomb could so easily have fallen here, flames had licked at the bushes, the smoke could have suffocated them, but Schiff, his gravel, his flowers, and his gardening shears had pulled off a gentle and astounding victory. My congratulations, Herr Professor, said Franz. The amputee was looking white and chapped, as though his skin were encrusted with lime scale. His voice sarcastic, slightly breathless. The hook where his hand used to be gleamed like the part of some bizarre machine. Herr Schiff felt vaguely uneasy. To what do I owe this compliment, Herr non-commissioned officer? To your lilacs. Are there still any birds about, Herr Professor? Yes. Look up there, a new swallow's nest, up in the corner of the third window of Herr Kettelgruber's apartment. Of course, neither Herr Kettelgruber nor his apartment existed, but the nest was there among the ruddy stones. With swallows dashing in and out, veering through the wide bays filled with sky. Marvelous, said Franz. Indeed it is. Divine nature. What is new, Herr non-commissioned officer? Those swallows have returned from Egypt. A lot of our boys won't be returning from Egypt. Old Herr Schiff's head wobbled erratically, as if about to lose its balance and fall off a neck which had been sliced through long ago. It's the end, Herr Professor, and the beginning, for as I've heard you say, an end is always a beginning. Only one never knows if the new beginning won't be worse than the end. The Americans, the British, the New Zealanders, the Kaffirs and the Patagonians are in the city. Another hour or so and you'll be able to show them your lilacs, assuming they are fond of flowers. What? What? Ah yes, I understand. But Schiff did not understand. He groped for his stick with a doddering hand. Unable to find it, he leaned against the contorted fence. It was only to be expected, he said after a few seconds. Germany is finished for the next 50 years. 50 years, I tell you, Herr non-commissioned officer. As little as that. And when the 50 years are up, our grandchildren will pick up the noble dance right where we left off, I suppose. Seeing the papery old face turn haggard with bewilderment and dismay, Franz toned down his teasing. You are a peaceful citizen, Herr Professor. I suggest that you hang a white rag out the window. Then call your pupils together. Keep them from hanging about anywhere near the tanks. Very inconsiderate, tanks, they crush things and spit bullets just like that, for the hell of it. You're right, Herr Franz. I am a peaceful citizen, I have been so all my life. The true human ideal is one of orderly concord. No, I swear that Germany will never initiate another war, never. There will be no revenge, there will never be a just revenge. I say to you, enough. He was rambling. He was thinking. An old schoolteacher who couldn't prevent himself from rambling when he thought he was thinking. How about a sprig of lilac, Franz said, for my buttonhole? Lilac does not suit a buttonhole, but the unfortunate cripple is a bit touched in the head, it's common knowledge. The teacher selected a good thick spray. Here you are, my friend. A dreadful day lies ahead. Thank you. And no, not half as bad a day as some others. Good day, Professor. Lots to attend to. I fancy killing someone to round off my war. Can't decide who. Oh, Herr Franz, don't whatever you do shoot at the Americans. Innocent hostages would pay the price. I beg you. As he hobbled away, the cripple with the flowered breast threw back, first, those innocents of yours might be the worst kind of culprits. Second, I don't mean the Americans, I mean the intolerable scum. Ah yes, babbled Schiff, I understand, for he less and less understood. Schiff went back into the house, took from the linen cupboard a worn-out pillowcase, tied it to a school ruler, and went outside to hang the white flag above his door. Already white rags were flocking across the ruins, some floating with the gay flutter of doves. As far as the eye could see, the whole city was covering itself with white birds, captives who would never take wing. The dead birds were born out of a humming silence, in whose depths you could make out the breathing of death throes. The teacher cupped a hand to his ear and listened, convoys on the march, here and there loud cries diminished by distance to the point of insignificance, sounds of weeping, of singing, of sharp gunshots like pinholes in space. This neighborhood seemed completely quiet. The cripple's wife, Ilse, came along with her bucket, heading for the pump. Schiff whistled like a blackbird. Ilse put down the bucket and tramped over to the window, rested her forearms on the sill in front of the professor. Are you not frightened, Ilse? No, Herr Schiff. What should I be afraid of? Are you upset? No, Herr Schiff. Why be upset? Schiff recognized the same dusty film over the young woman's homely face and ugly yellow hair tied with a blue ribbon, a thick layer of limestone dust that was probably coating every face at present, even the faces of portraits in their frames. Ilse's meaty, thick-veined fists. Her discolored nails, cut too short, exposing the animal pads of her fingertips. You know the city has fallen, Ilse. Yes, Herr Schiff. So the war's over for us. And not a day too soon, Herr Schiff. Aren't you sorry at all, then, that the war has been lost? Everything has been lost for ages, Herr Schiff. So many white doves in the broken window frames of the city. Ilse could see the lilacs beyond the professor's old white petit-point waistcoat. She spoke to them rather than to him. The SS are still holding out in the underground factories. They raped the female workers last night, since today they'd be dead or prisoners, they were saying. Len Chen was roughed up. Those poor men. The Poles killed several officers. Frau Hink says they're committing suicide, lots of suicides everywhere, the party leaders are all killing themselves. Frau Hink says it's very grand of them, but I'm not sure. Why kill yourself? If someone else kills you, that's their business, but you yourself? And Bridget is dead. She spent the night before with a French prisoner. Then this soldier came last night and strangled her. She can't hardly have suffered, such a thin little neck she had. So she's at peace now, Herr Schiff. Schiff started. What's that you say? Strangled. The white stitches of his waistcoat formed diamonds, the lilacs shimmered and Ilse smiled stupidly at them. The sun enveloped her shoulders in warmth. She's like a happy little girl on her cot. Give me some lilacs for her, Herr Schiff, lots of lilacs. It's for Bridget. Schiff had lost his fear of war, doubtless a great crime, but a crime in a neighboring house made him shudder. And no more policemen. You are out of your mind, Ilse, you don't know what you're saying. Ilse ignored the rebuke, she looked away, and insisted without raising her voice. Her thick fingers were unpleasant to look at, as if they had the power in them to strangle. Give me the lilacs, Herr Schiff, or I'll have to help myself, quick, so I can fetch my water and take the lilacs to Bridget's bedside. I'm glad for her. I really must get on now, Herr Schiff, there's the soup to cook, seeing as there's no food distribution today because of the Americans. All at once, in the middle of her chatter, an inflexible note. The flowers, Herr Schiff, they're for Bridget, and you don't need them anymore. In truth, I don't, thought the schoolmaster, enlightened by an unaccustomed lucidity. I don't need them anymore. Do I need anything, anymore? Right away, Ilse. He drew his reading glasses from their case and with great slashes of scissors cut a sumptuous armful of blossoms. Ilse went off, vanishing like a heavy apparition carrying off the last flowers on earth. If anything can still stir up some pride in an ossified old brain stuffed with cliché and vaporized by the heat of events, it's rhetoric. Schiff looked at his devastated bushes and told himself that he had offered up their flowers for the ravaged fatherland. But how did that female know I no longer needed them, when I didn't know it myself? So many suicides, so many deaths, as simple as that. Frau Hink is right about the greatness of the vanquished. What is greatness? Tonight, yes, tonight. Finish the day. Which of the Stoics said, the sage finishes his day without complaining about the gods? Each seed falls at its appointed time, that was Marcus Aurelius. With a serene heart like Marcus Aurelius, Schiff sat in his study before a volume of the History of War, by the great German scholar Hans Delbruck. Lately, it was true, the sense of most of what he read escaped him, but being incapable of inattention, the mechanical act of reading acted upon him like a sedative. His cheek cupped in his hand, he reread the works he admired out of duty. Out of duty he slept, or tried to sleep, or thought he was asleep. Was he falling short of his duty at this time? He would not call the school children together. Goodbye, children. The murky swirling of the end of a world perceived through the end of a life filled him with dismal reveries on which he brooded in a state of bearable affliction, even contentment. Tonight, 30 barbiturate pills. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A tank moved rapidly over the paths of solitude. Hidden eyes were watching. The enemy. White signals fluttered to meet it, lifted on the breeze. The tank teetered around the fallen granite blocks of the bank, and plunged out of sight into a colossal brush pile of steel girders. The emptiness in its wake merely condensed an unknown expectancy. Then a jeep approached, moving slowly. You could see it coming from afar, then it vanished behind some stumps of dead houses, reappeared in the vicinity of Schiff's lilac bushes, and advanced toward the pump. Suddenly there were children running to meet it, waving white flags. They were overcome with curiosity, avid anticipation of violence and handouts. The enemy was not scary close up. The enemy was distinguishable only by small differences in the color of his equipment and the shape of his helmet. Under a coating of chalky dust, such differences were less noticeable. The jeep driver's ugly face looked comical and fierce, but he was laughing. The jeep pulled up by the pump. A fat man got out and splashed water on his hands and face. Another fat man, platinum blonde hair surmounted by an undersize overseas cap, stood squarely, legs spread, hands on hips, surveying his surroundings. His was wearing beautiful boots and green sunglasses. No one had ever seen a big bushy mustache like the one he sported. Probably some big shot. The driver was busy with his motor. Ilse came out of her room, lugging her pail again. At the sight of the newcomers she caught her breath, hesitated for a quarter of a second, and walked up to the pump. "Guten Morgen," she said, fixing the enemy with a long frosty stare. The driver rolled his shoulders. "Guten Tag," he replied caustically from beneath his helmet. He was holding a shiny metal wrench in his fist. Ilse wondered whether he might not crack her on the back of head with it as she bent over the tap. She reckoned it wouldn't be enough to kill her, but then there was the cooking and the housework. The sound of Franz's crutch making pebbles fly was audible close by as he labored up a low rampart of rubble. He surged into view in front of a bearded officer, who lowered his revolver when he saw him. "Okay," one greeted Franz cordially. "Hello," said the bearded officer, sounding perplexed. Instead of looking at the conquerors, Franz turned his attention to their machine, making small clucks of appreciation through pursed lips. Well, he coughed, in a bid to get maximum mileage from his 10 words of English. With his good hand, he took the liberty of prodding one of the tires. "Superb piece of manufacturing. Synthetic." The guy with the beard offered him a cigarette. "Thank you. Speak English?" No. The crippled vet's face split into an friendly grin. Herr Schiff was approaching with measured step, leaning on the antler handle of his cane. The Schultzes all emerged from their lair together, the wife, the children, the man in his cap and sweater. Other people were appearing across the ruins like larvae emerging from the soil, and they were indistinguishable, on the whole, from the inhabitants of Chicago's slums or any other poverty-stricken corner of the world. A rather elegant woman, wearing a Red Cross armband on her jacket sleeve, climbed down from a sort of chicken coop stuck to the side of a blasted building. A thin, hairy young man, lost in an outsized tramp's overcoat on which he had pinned a red, white, and blue ribbon, jumped off the ladder and loped unsteadily toward the jeep. His wild eyes and big, gesticulating hands would have made him quite frightening, had this been the time for fear. Everyone stared at him. On his way, he knocked over a little Schultz, pushed Ilse aside, blurted "French war prisoner," too, in a voice from the other side of the grave, and opened his arms wide. One of the Americans punched him lightly in the ribs, made him stagger, caught him in a bear hug, and the two men clung to each other as though wrestling, about to collapse in a heap. "Christ almighty," gasped Alon. "I don't believe it." Someone was slapping him on the back hard enough to dislodge his lungs. Someone else stuck a cigarette between his chattering teeth. There were friendly faces in broad daylight, USA insignia, a genuine jeep, white rags snapping in the sunshine as far as you could see, an emaciated Bridget smiling for eternity on her schoolgirl bed, with something of Botticelli about the hardened oval of her chin. There was a hail of luminous stones falling overhead, each stone an idea, an unbreakable reality, an incredible certainty, a grenade of rapture which could never explode. "We're alive, rescued, delivered," how hollow the words sounded. "Victorious, does that make me a victor?" Shivering, gripped by a burning chill, Alon chewed on his cigarette. "Speak French 3 anybody? Quick." Schnell, Schnell. The fat important one with the green sunglasses said, J.E. Parle Francaeus. Journalist. Paris. Alain drew himself up before him like a marionette, like remorse itself, crying in a low voice, the hell with Paris. The guy's in jail. Did you think about the jail? It's bound to be occupied by now, said the journalist, who had no idea. Alain's vehemence was spent. The nurse took his arm. We thought of that too, she said gently. Oh, you did, Alain tensed again. We the impotent, we the moles under the ground, we the less than nothings. You're special, Erna, he said, spitting shreds of tobacco. The green sunglasses turned to Erna Lobb with amusement. Heavily powdered, her lips rouged, the nurse looked almost insolent, as if wearing a Prussian mask. Make mental note of this vignette. Health service, Fräulein. Underground, the woman replied. What? You understood me perfectly, I hope. There was a growing circle of people around a jeep. Here, as elsewhere, the vanquished were behaving with curious familiarity. The kids, fairly well dressed, however did they manage? The women, worn to a shadow. The journalist chose Herr Schiff, an average elderly German, former officer and civil servant by the looks of him. He beckoned him to come over. Schiff, fulminating against the universe, didn't budge. The journalist moved toward him. The children, interested, stepped out of the way. The journalist introduced himself in passable German. He mentioned his press agency, whose name meant less to Herr Schiff than the canals on Mars. The old man introduced himself in turn, Professor Hermann Helmut Schiff. If you'll allow me, the reporter said, scrawling a few shorthand signs into his notebook. Now then, what do you think about the Americans? A didactic question could never catch the professor off guard, for he was constantly putting them to himself, and supplying interminable answers in the form of monologues upon eugenics, the world conceived as a representation, the genius of race, or the political errors of Julius Caesar and Wilhelm II. A very great people, the Americans. The United States is presently the foremost industrial power in the world, and superior at waging war. On the other hand, there is a certain lack of social cohesion and spiritual tradition. You think so? Beyond a doubt, Schiff declaimed, getting into his lecturer's stride. You will realize that in 50 years. Phew, we got time to turn around then. A swift pencil and shorthand pad recorded the schoolmaster's extravagant ramblings for the benefit of countless newspaper readers. Do you people feel guilty? If there was one emotion which had never been experienced by Herr Schiff, at least not since his adolescent religious crises, in his half-century of diligent service, that emotion was guilt. It is healthy to live one's life in the meticulous fulfillment of duty. The school teacher cocked his head obligingly. Pardon me. I didn't quite catch. Guilty for the war. Schiff's gaze swept the horizon of the broken city, strewn with the dead doves of humiliation. The grander generalizations existed for him on a different plane from everyday reality. The Second World War was already down as a great historical tragedy, a quasi-mythological one which neither Mommsen, Hans Delbruck, Gobineau, Houston Stewart Chamberlain, Oswald Spengler, or Mein Kampf could elucidate entirely. The sons immolated themselves upon the altar of blind gods. A new, unholy war, unworthy of human nobility, had begun with the destruction of Altstadt, and this war alone existed in reality. Guilty. Herr Schiff said in flinty tones, with the air of a livid turkey cock. Guilty of that. And he bobbed his head at the surrounding devastation. No, the reporter said patiently, not quite grasping the response, guilty for the war. And you, Herr Schiff retorted, do you feel guilty for this? Franz could not contain his delight. He slapped his thigh uproariously. Wunderbar. Wonderful old idiot. Alain's hairy face expressed furious disgust. My dear professor, the journalist began, striving for an offensive politeness, you started this war. You bombed Coventry. I, said Schiff, in frank astonishment. I. Several women were following the exchange from the sidelines, noting the green glasses and heavy mustache of the American and Herr Schiff's upstanding attitude. They were too discreet to come close enough to hear properly, but it seemed certain that important matters for the neighborhood were being discussed. Franz butted in unceremoniously, well, I fought in the war, as perhaps you can tell by looking at me. I give you my faithful, 100% amputee's word of honor that I didn't start it. Herr Professor, whispered a daring old lady in a black lace cap, do ask them whether the soup kitchens will be allowed to continue. Or do the American gentlemen intend to feed the city? She spoke the last three words more loudly, to make sure that the authority would hear them. The reporter's eyes popped with outrage behind his shades. No shame, no guilt, not a shred. These folks seem to think we come over, leaving 100,000 of our boys underground along the way, just to sort out their next meal. He turned on the old lady. Madam, have you ever heard of a place called Dachau? Intimidated by his tone, but happy to help out, she quavered enthusiastically, oh yes, it's a pretty little town in Bavaria, where they held interesting popular festivals in the old days. That's all. Yes, sir, the old lady blanched at the covert fury of the question. What about the concentration camp? Oh, that may be, I can't tell you about that, I'm afraid. I so seldom read the newspapers. Franz was grinning maniacally. Alain's face too was that of a madman, a dangerous one. The old lady felt inexplicable tears wetting the corners of her eyes. She murmured, very humbly, I beg the gentleman to excuse me if I offended him, for these were clearly military persons of influence. Schiff was aware that his height, his age, and tonight's 30 barbiturate pills gave him the edge over the other man, whose exasperation was patent. I bid you good day, Mr. Journalist, he stated with pointed courtesy, and turned his back. They don't look like bad men, a woman was saying. Schiff paused, looking sternly down his nose at this housewife. The Americans are not bad men, he informed her sententiously. No more than are the Chinese, dear madam. But we have been defeated, madam, and you must never forget it. Certainly not, Herr Professor. The burly officer with the round beard, like a sailor in an old-fashioned illustration, hailed the reporter. We're leaving, old man. Happy with your little interview. They are staggeringly unconscious of everything, the journalist said, climbing back into the jeep. Well, if you're looking for consciousness from bombed-out towns. Ilse carried her full bucket inside. Franz inhaled the fragrance of a cigarette from across the seas, incontestably superior to the party cotter's special issue reserve rolled with the last of the Bulgarian tobacco. They take good care of themselves, these victors. Victors always do, he said to himself, feeling queerly elated and at the same time inert. An exquisite satisfaction weighted his whole body down with languor, as though he had just made love well, his arms and legs intact, with a vigorous, clean-smelling woman. It was only an hour ago that Herr Blask, vicious dog of the Special Surveillance Unit, was getting ready to mount his bicycle, knapsack on back, swaddled in musette bags, pockets bursting with banknotes and forged documents, when suddenly he saw the barrel of a revolver appear between his eyes at the same time as he heard the cripple say, "Have a nice trip, Herr Blask," amplified by the trumpet blast of the Last Judgment. The ants were presently taking care of this turd of officialdom. I sure fixed him, thought Franz sarcastically. My war's over. The sun's out. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Stupendous lawn. The thick grass was pampered as men nowhere are. Mowed to the perfect length, watered every day, and doubtless nourished with vitamin-rich chemical fertilizers. The lawn sloped down to the river, on the far side of which more gardens rose toward their villas. I'll be damned. Some people were living the good life right up until yesterday. people for whom the Great Reich in danger was more than a hollow phrase. In every war there is a rear that holds better than the front, a rear fat with noble sentiments, creature comforts, and lucrative deals. This rear, which balances the front, makes the insanity total. The beaches of California still exhibit, in season, a full complement of pretty women with smiling thighs, such is the natural order of things. After all, there's philosophical solace to be found in the fact that some still live while others die, an obvious improvement on everyone dying. But it is no longer possible to embark upon a coherent line of reasoning without falling into absurdity. Thinking this way, Alon felt indulgence, tinged with temptation, toward those pretty Californians. What had they to do with these people, this upper crust of profiteering slavers? He floundered in contradictions. The villa next door belonged to a Standartenführer, to be killed, no discussion, whose 2 daughters were said to be charming. Innocent, you think? Innocent. He dimly hoped they would fall into the hands of the most brutal convicts. Have I become a brute myself? Alon, after waking between fresh sheets, had just shaved. He was swimming inside his new clothes, but the fabric was luxurious and the trouser pleats ironed. This manicured landscape, 20 miles outside the corpse-like city, carpets over the parquet flooring, all the faultless appointments of a civilized gentleman's home. A bastard, in any case, the civilized gentleman, the worthy pastor, a Lutheran and a Nazi for good measure, a fat Christian, blesser of executioners, is probably trudging along the highways of defeat right now, among the uniforms at last marked out for a just destruction. Alon stood before a crucifix, his face blurred by sadness. He made a proper fool out of you, Nazarene, didn't he, this pastor of your flock of bastards? The night before, Alon and his companions, having entered the picture-perfect little town like a gang of scary tramps, were shocked at the sight of prosperous homes with well-tended parterres of flowers and windows nestling in ivy. It was such a strange spectacle that they had to force themselves to enter a garden and knock on a door. As soon as their fists touched this door, they wanted to smash it in. A white-haired woman opened it. Was Wünschen Sie, mean Herren? What do the gentlemen wish? The Reverend is out, now they were gentlemen, now they could have wishes. The old housekeeper recognized a Dutch laborer among the group, who began shouting hysterically at her, "Out, you bet he's out, and he won't be coming back neither, the old swine." A torrent of abuse followed. Fortunately, having heard nothing but seemly language during her 40 years in service, Frau Hermenegilda failed to comprehend the epithets directed at her. She was deafened by bursts of shrill, stallion laughter. Hairy paws were almost on her, like in one of those horror films. Images of rape and murder flashed through her crafty child's brain. Must push the door, slam it shut? Mein Gott! Several beggars shoved past her. The Frenchman said in a voice you didn't argue with, "Get out, madam. Take your clothes, your guts, and go. I give you 10 minutes to vanish, you old tittle-tattle. This house is requisitioned, understand." Requisitioned is a word everyone understands immediately, and here the hairy young man's rough German was as plain as day. But old tittle-tattle? What did that mean? Was it very rude? Frau Hermenegilda, backed against the wall, clutching the silver crucifix on her bosom, drew courage from the fact that requisitions are legal procedures. The Reverend himself drove a requisitioned automobile. "Might I see a warrant, sir?" This reasonable query opened the floodgates. A gorilla in rags lurched into the drawing room and, grabbing a valuable bronze, hurled it against the family portrait. The noise of splintering glass was followed by that of imprecations and a scuffle, as the others fought to overpower the vandal. A demonic mouth was snarling into the old retainer's ear, "Rouse! Get out! Clear off, you sawdust fart, you old boiled tarantula! If you weren't so puckered up I'd beat it or I'll kick your ass inside out. Rouse!" What godless bandits were these? Frau Hermenegilda shrieked for help, but she lost her voice and all that came out was a plaintive meow. A flat blow, as one beats a carpet, silenced her. When she came to her senses her cheek was swelling, the doors of neighboring villas were being kicked in and the Frenchman was leading her to the kitchen, saying, "Put a wet towel on your face, there's nothing to fear, madam, just get your things and scram, that's all we ask." He cuffed the Dutchman in passing. "Leave the prune alone, Peterson, we're not that desperate." Frau Hermenegilda showed proof of character. So the war is over. And not an American policeman in sight? My God. She donned her mistress's best remaining coat and took nothing with her except a jewelry box overlooked by the Reverend, and him such a careful man as a rule. He won't see his baubles again, thought Frau Hermenegilda severely, serve him right for leaving me in the lurch. She ran away across the lawn, a little black crocheted hat squashed over her white hair. When she reached the hedge along the river, she spotted, through the branches, a switch of ginger hair that could only belong to Paulina, Dr. Adolf Friedrich Oxen's junior housemaid. "Paulina!" Frau Hermenegilda cried. "Come here quick, girl, the most disgraceful things are going on." Where had the little redhead got to? The old servant was sure they'd be safer, the two of them, hidden under the hedge. And then, suddenly, for an unforgettable instant, all she could see was the open mouth and staring eyes of Paulina, her hair spread out on the grass. A man was arched over her, Paulina was gasping. Frau Hermenegilda ran away down the river path. Jesus and Mary, Jesus and Mary. Unimaginable house. The victorious prisoners saw themselves in a picture book setting ready to burn the fucking thing down. The semicircular drawing room, the organ, the framed photographs, the books in their glass cases, the pure white kitchen that made one want to spit all over it, the bedrooms. Peterson crawled into the marital bed, boots and all, chortling with satisfaction. But when he spied a photo of the newlyweds on the wall, the handsome officer, the bride in white, he jumped out of bed for the pleasure of grinding it under both heels. Alain chose for himself a girl's bedroom on the second floor, whence an unexpected view of the wide green lawn brought him down to earth like a billy club to the kidneys. A short redhead, her fists screwed into her eyes, burst from the bushes and began stumbling across the grass. A black figure came after her, joined her, pulled her back toward the hedge. The little redhead didn't struggle. Fine time for a marital squabble, thought Alain. Then, as he understood, he shrugged his shoulders. He sat down on the bed, elbows on knees, head in hands, concentrating on the blue cornflowers of the pitcher on the washstand. Drunken giants' footfalls reverberated on the stairs. A door was broken down in the attic. His buddies made as if to enter more than once, but each time Alain turned toward the door, looking like a crazed invalid, and in a mechanical voice said, "Leave me alone, huh." He only knew one thing, something he could not articulate even to himself. It's all over. Finished. What is finished? Dry-eyed, he wept. He wept in spasms, his whole body trembling. That was yesterday. Today he was washed clean, replete with half a chicken brought in by scavengers, and draped in an excellent suit that was baggy at the armholes but too short in the sleeve and leg. The pastor must have been slightly obese. Alain was becoming himself again, like the others. The atmosphere of this wealthy suburb spared by the bombers gave him a bitter feeling of well-being. The Croat's blood spread into a puddle on the cement. Bridget's throat bore the shadow of petals pressed there by a strangler's fingers. The ruin stank, the ruin snickered. And all the time this lawn was basking, gilding itself in the sun, and the Reverend and his missus were being served lunch in the dining room. A little worried to be sure, but not for reasons of remorse. The world was in its death throes, we were dying like flies, these people were dining in their customary way, official, overweight, at ease, accomplices in everything. No one will ever understand it. Alain was beginning to own things again. The Botticelli book lay open among the covers of his bed. Would you understand it, pure eyes, unveiled by Sandro? The very silence of those eyes seemed to say, peace, be at rest, we see the other side of the world, think about what we see. And little by little, silence actually overcame the tumult. Alain roamed from room to room. He let his fingers idle over the organ keys, releasing an invisible treasure of colors and tears. Church music, the tango, Rachmaninoff, Debussy, they still exist somewhere. The idea was oddly funny and painful enough to make your head spin. Alain contemplated the flowers, he stopped to admire those of the carpet, he bent to touch them. He took men's shirts with starched fronts out of the drawers, he felt like slashing them, but they would find buyers on the black market, got to be practical. Someone had already made off with the silver from the sideboard, but the glassware remained, useless transparence, limpid transparence. When Alain raised them carefully to the light, tiny leaves etched into the crystal sprang alive with rainbows. There were Bibles, theological tracts, books of canon law, tell me if that isn't splendid. Burn them, burn the lot. But he couldn't summon the energy to do it. In the study he took the pastor's chair, tinkered with a pencil, opened a leather folder and found blank sheets of headed consistory paper. His hand, unprompted, began to draw. The elongated body of a woman, hanging, with a thick rope around her neck and a smile of ecstasy upon her face. A rough-hatched sketch of the Arc de Triomphe at the top of the Champs-Élysées. Ruins and helmets. A skull, frontal view, superimposed. In one of the sockets a clear pale eye, a Botticelli eye, a gaze of sad innocence, a gaze of forgiveness. He stood up, eyes moist, teeth chattering, shouting, there is no forgiveness. There will never be forgiveness. Not for them, not for us, not for anyone. Alain tore the sketch into tiny pieces, flung the pencil out of the window, and ran to put his head under the faucet. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was on the path along the river's edge, reminiscent of a path along the banks of the Seine, that he recovered his peace of mind. An extraordinary woman was strolling toward him under the yews and willows. She arrived on an old-fashioned tram. Erna, not pretty, better than pretty. I was looking for you. How are you feeling, Alain? Magnificent. How about you? He kissed her. You know, I've just made my first drawing. It's years since I held a pencil. A madman's drawing, naturally. I was shouting with fury over it. But it wasn't bad, he was exultant. How lovely it is around here. The war's over. Nearly, Erna said. And the consequences are about to begin. What consequences? What do you mean? Thus began a long, digressive exchange between them which resembled the sparring of masked antagonists who were deeply fond, deeply mistrustful of each other and delighted by every sudden chance to face each other, for a moment, with their guard down. Erna, you're worth several men, said Alain. I see through you, more than you think. You are strong and full of faith. Less than you imagine, thought Erna. Alain, lying against a tree stump, looked up to where she sat, sharp-kneed, too preoccupied to reassure him. Don't think too much, Erna, it drives you off the track. It becomes unlivable. The good thing about war is that it leaves no time for thinking. All you care about is not getting killed, finding something to eat, killing someone else, destroying something, and holding out another day. It puts your consciousness at ease, by suppressing it. The misfortune of prisoners is that they have time. I've just spent 2 extraordinary days, Erna, windows flying open inside my skull was like the ruins, with empty casements gaping on all sides, the sky pouring in, and the winds, the memories, the future, all this in the form of ideas without form. I couldn't sleep, nor could I make any order out of the mess in my mind. I let it go, I thought, either I hang myself tomorrow, singing Why Do You Tarry Under the Moon, Marlene, Marlene, or else the mess will settle, I'll see things more clearly, decisions will have been made. It's now been proved, Erna, I'm not destined to hang myself. I've decided. The nurse found him childish. And what have you decided? I'm changing my life, changing my soul. I've realized that everything in this world is geared to destroying mankind, to destroying me, among others. Everything, even the faith I once had. The party, the triumphant revolution, I used to believe in all that. Deep down I still believe in it, but only as one believes in a dream after waking. I am on my own. I have the right to want to live, even through the decline of Europe. The right to defend myself and to run away. From now on I only want to serve life my own to start with, the only one I've got. But your life will no longer be of any use, Erna objected. Say rather that it will no longer be of any use even to me. That I won't be able to forget and that I'll be a mere ectoplasm in the ruins or join the rodent band of schemers and survivors. I was afraid of that. But no. I am alive. I am the proof that some such remain. I take things in my hands and I work and I make something exist that didn't before. I'm nothing, you might say. I take destruction, suicide, folly, grief, and joy and I create something new and meaningful out of them. I restore meaning to the corpses of men, cities, and ideas, to the thistles growing over them, to the stars that rise in the sky despite everything, to the lovers who walk over the earth or lie decomposing beneath it. From all this I need an unknown substance which is my gift to all eyes, or to some eyes. Art. Yes, art, though I think I despise that word. I know too much about its impotence. I've witnessed the exhibitionism of those greater or lesser swindlers who are more con than artist. I know all about the scams of dealers and merchants, the publicity circus and the snobs in New York or elsewhere who gush whether it's a piece of shit, a bloody marvel, or a dark conundrum too fantastic, darling. Art be damned, if that's all it is. But who is to bring the first hint of order to chaos, of light to the caverns, of hope to the graveyards, of balm to the wounds, who is to place a love incarnate among broken beings, an irrefutable reason beneath the cataracts of absurdity? Who else but the artist? Tell me who. Erna answered feebly, the revolutionary. Oh, really? Show me one, give me one name, a living one, mind you, because we could make up a dazzling catalogue of dead ones. I've been through the East, between escapes and arrests, I went over the lines with some German refugees. I was robbed, beaten up, and what have you by the comrades. I don't hold that against them. I know what they've suffered and are still suffering, and I know what man is now. I sought among them men of faith, men of ideas, men of justice. At first my fresh illusions were protected by an elephant's skin of ideology. Then I found the men I was looking for. They were all convicts. Every machine rolled over them. Little lieutenants who were big brutes would blow their brains out as an example, to scare the rest. I remember one of these killers shouting, "I need to speed up the pace here, work faster." I watched the road crews hacking away, nothing but women, children, old men, and I don't know what else, not to speak of enemy prisoners. I saw them bogged down, squelching half-starved through the Lithuanian mud, first-class mud it was too. It was easy for them to escape by burrowing into the mud, at the risk of getting buried and of getting your companions shot for it. I was working there too. One day on a slippery, disintegrating embankment I met an ex-sailor who spoke French, knew Marseille, who had just returned from the penal colony at Kamchatka and was nostalgic for the fisheries there. "So how many of you are behind the great fatherland's barbed wire fences?" I asked him. "Millions," he answered, without appearing to say anything sensational. This made me furious. "You're lying. Someone should have perforated your counter-revolutionary brain long ago." "You have a point there," he said seriously. "I don't know why I'm still trying to hang on. They promise us pardons and bonuses. But listen to me, brother, before you condemn me out of ignorance. We spent an hour together in the rain working out the rough statistics, by social class and by region across Eurasia. He'd been expelled from the party, a militant from 1920 who had heard Lenin speak in the factories. A patriot and a socialist in spite of it all. Tell me it isn't true. It's true, said Erna. I know it better than you. Alon seemed sadly satisfied. Once I knew a man who was authentic. A man who served. Who probably carried out his fair share of dirty work as well. A man of knowledge and will. He was strong. I believed in him. And I believed he betrayed us. I would happily have killed him. Now I understand. The traitor was myself, who understood nothing. There's a truth about man and a truth for man, don't you see? Quite so, said Erna dryly. Who was he? He told the story as though he were sketching successive images on a pad. Erna saw a familiar face come together in the silky river dappled with leaf fronds and patches of sky. It was exactly the feeling she had experienced, in another universe, when writing the rigorous, nebulous text of a private diary whose every line was surrounded with blank spaces, silences, shadows, secret lights. She tasted sand on her lips. There is no escape from oneself or from numbers. Numbers are what give rise to chance, and this can be a prodigiously significant flash of light, the thing that counts. By breaking the rule of secrecy, Erna unconsciously made a decision without which she could never have pronounced the syllable formed by a single initial. D, she said. I knew him too. Alon felt no surprise. The nature of his astonishments had changed. An exploding bomb would have startled him, but only out of instinct. But that there should be virginal grass, a simple possible future, this troubled and confused him. Well, he said simply, then you know what kind of man he was. Peace must be declared to the world, and at long last all the victims must be told that it's over, over for good. That we will reconstruct with justice, after a ruthless cleansing, without forgetting that it's the most wretched who have the greatest need of justice. Proclaim freedom, even in the midst of abysmal poverty. They hardly go together, true freedom and miserable poverty amid the rubble and tombstones. You don't need much Marxism to see that. But the match is necessary if moral poverty is not to be added to the other kind. How can the survivor be consoled, how can he regain hope and courage if he's not allowed to have his say, and if he stammers, that's his right? And to shoot his mouth off if he feels the urge? It's a relief to mouth off when you're backed into a corner. How can we reconstruct without first constructing a new chaos, but a chaos this time of ideas, utopias, vengeance, and generosity, an unheard of freedom which would be quite simple in reality? Yes, but how, wondered Erna. Alon continued slowly, as though groping for something in the dark. But where are the men? Where are the grand ideas? Perhaps ideas are nothing but ephemeral stars. They point the way while they last, and then they go out, and other stars should flare up. But they haven't yet. And everything has been done to stamp out the light of minds. The old revolution is dead, I say. We need another, completely different revolution, and I don't see it anywhere. Are you angry with me? Erna felt more nauseous than she ever had in the field hospital's operating room. No, she said, go on. It was a superhuman effort not to implore him to stop. You must hear this voice, Erna. You must. It's a great thing to have won, but victory is hollow if it isn't the beginning of something else. Wild beasts have always known how to vanquish. What will victory bring us? A tiny drop of equity, a tiny extra drop of humanity in an ocean clogged with dead bodies. Or the most highly mechanized secret and visible police forces. What about you, Erna, what will you do? Erna was taking stock of her problem. Return to the great land of mute suffering? Already, while writing her latest report, she had felt uncertain about what political orientation to adapt to. Once the official line was established, this ignorance might become suspect in itself. She wished she could say, just let me go back to Akaul, let me be a desert recluse again, writing my notebooks and burning them afterward. Unthinkable words. Her one glimmer of a chance lay in feigning mindless zeal. Get an interview with the chief of the service, seduce him not so much by her devotion as by her willingness, quickly accept an assignment in Paris, Rome, or Trieste and resume her clandestine activities. During wartime, it was facts about the enemy that were wanted, the stark truth about resources, risks, losses, hopes. And there was no ambiguity as to the enemy's identity or the necessity of destroying him, no doubt about the action to be undertaken which transcending crime became the saving exploit. Now, already, the smoke screens of doubt and deceit were spreading irresistibly. H., the liaison officer, had told her, your memorandum must stress what people think about us, the populations, the women, the Jews, the Americans, the prisoners, don't leave anyone out. That's essential, ha. But how to say it? How to report the rumors of terror seeping from the liberated countries, the comments upon the rumors, the despair of so many comrades? It would be criminal not to record the truth. To record it would be worse. H. also said, for us, esteemed comrade, the war continues. Indeed, who knows if can two such different worlds coexist? We are the stronger by virtue of planning, realism, and discipline, and we have hidden allies all over the world. Our opponents enjoy technological superiority, for the time being, and wealth. But technology can be learned and wealth can be conquered. There are no clear boundaries between war and peace nowadays. Wars may be waged almost invisibly. Be very careful. Wisely feigning to agree, Erna had stocked up on dollars and was close to obtaining an excellent passport. Years passed, wars passed, crushing millions of innocents, cities crumbled, a civilization was dying, and the same problems were rearing their heads. The river shimmered. It's 4 o'clock, said Erna. I must be off. Will you go back to Paris? Straight through the Porte de Bagnolet, the fastest way. But you, come on, you're not going to remain in these graveyards, are you? Save yourself. We've every right to put life first, when what reigns is death. These words revolted her. We have no life beyond working for a great common destiny. And what work is that? Alain might retort. Is it humane and decent, is it liberating? By saving ourselves, we attempt to save what little we can save. So this is where we've come to, she said. Where? You look like you're talking to yourself. Your face is all twisted. What's the matter? Nothing in particular. Goodbye. She thought, farewell. 1. The following exchange is conducted in English in original French text. 2. In English. 3. In English. 4. Journey's end. And let fall the smoking rains. Over the cerebral forest. So many funeral masks lie preserved in the earth, that nothing yet is lost. The passengers on the first ship to leave port the day after the end of a cataclysm in no way resemble the passengers escaping on the last ship. The refugees of the recent past carried the mark of defeat but also the joy of surviving in the middle of the storm. Some of them escaped with nothing but a shirt and a few papers, enriched as well as ravaged by ideas. Of another breed altogether were the 24 passengers of the Swedish freighter Morgenstern, Morning Star. Outwardly, they belonged to a vanished or vanishing world, to a stable world impervious to apocalypses in which bank accounts, business deals, government ministries, compliant women, expensive liquors suffice to make human existence bearable. A mix of businessmen and envoys, of women, middle-aged and younger, many of the latter sporting rank in various armies. One guessed the women had lovers doubly influential in the bureaucracy and in semi-legal businesses. The gentlemen, frequently drunk, bandied stories about their times in Cairo, Bombay, Moscow, Sao Paulo, Ottawa, Tunis, or Sydney, as though the globe of the earth were a ball for them to play with. They paid court to a chestnut-haired woman dressed in vibrant colors, who had been parachuted into Lombardy. Now the parachutist exhibited a coarse laugh, a worn-out voice, an athletic bust, and the inability to stand alone at the rail or suffer more than 3 minutes of conversation if it did not include open allusions to her femininity or valor. Very different, this crowd, from the people at the front or for that matter at the rear in the hospitals and shelters, in the railway stations and on the roads. As different as show dogs are different from the cringing, abandoned curs of blasted cities, as different as stallions on a stud farm from the sturdy ponies with matted coats and penetrating eyes patiently pulling an ambulance cart through the mud of the Ukraine under grey lowering clouds. Domestic animals, Daria reflected, also participate in our sociology of iniquity, but they have no choice. She was thinking too that the organization of today's world has attained a perfection singularly hostile to men who suffer as well as to better men. The glaciers of the Himalayas, the jungles, deserts, and oceans have been conquered by motors more magical than any flying carpet, but this has not made escape, or the fulfillment of dreams, in any way easier. In order to cross borders, however fluid, you need to possess the mystic bureaucratic passwords of secret services and government stamps, those ridiculous, often sinister talismans. This magic can only be countered by the science of connections and checkbooks. Ordinary people simply can no longer move from one continent to another, as 19th century emigrants used to do. Neither flight nor discovery is open to them, neither enterprise nor mission. The pioneer life is denied them, although half the Earth's surface is waiting to be cleared. If Europeans were permitted to colonize the Poles, Uganda, Rhodesia, the Ubangi, the Mato Grosso, millions of eager daredevils would sign up with a fierce acquiescence of which perhaps 3/4 would perish. Still in 100 years, the poles and the equator would be rich in scientists, philosophers, and artists, richer than Golden Age Greece, which was an age of slavery. A cynical mystification presides over the captivity of peoples and individuals. The barriers against mobility are counterproductive, patently designed to be outwitted by their proper targets. These nets trap none but the anonymous irregular, the stateless refugee, the veteran of selfless struggles, for what could be more suspect than the generosity of idealists, the fugitive from persecution whose papers were lost somewhere between a lake of blood and a penal colony, the good European thrilling to the call of distant lands, the Jew uniled from his unimaginable cross. After the barracks of torture and humiliation, who wouldn't appreciate a vista of palm trees over blue water? It should be an inalienable right. But the pillagers of the wrecks that were once sovereign states, the painted-over citizens of the sham democracies, the traffickers entrusted with profitable economic missions, the spies and the disinformation merchants, these by contrast know all the rules of the game. They fly at whim across the oceans as though the laws of mechanics and the strategic map of the world were theirs by rights, which they probably are. In this still mysterious mutation of a civilization, it may be that such hybrid beings, their vitality all the more exacerbated in its final upsurge, will prevail for some time. The freighter was making its way through the unstable element, cleaving the green seas. How many similar freighters and handsome steel submarines lay at the bottom? No one seemed to care. Daria was traveling on her last passport, her last money, outside every law, very possibly pursued, free, but distraught. The last passport, as authentic as it was fake, delivered by her liaison officer, would within weeks be transformed, if it were not already, into a pass into deadly traps. The last dollars were barely sufficient to cover the expenses of this complicated journey, and would run out in 3 months. If she failed to locate D on the other side of the Atlantic, there was one final resort, a painless injection. Reassuring thought. Because, you see, there's the philosophical why live and the concrete why, and how to live. There's the hunted individual, his unfailing will to live, his goals, infinitely greater than himself, his impasse at the end of a barren wasteland, his solitude there, the impossibility of scraping $100 together. Though not afraid of nothingness in itself, Daria felt unsettled by its approach, for she was delighting in being alive ever since the high seas had filled her lungs with bracing salt air and her senses and mind with an immense, intelligible poem. Suicide is often an act of vitality, and even if it is not the result of neurosis, the act of a person who is powerfully attached to life. Eminent psychologists might dispute this, but only because they know nothing of the scientific experience of their colleagues who committed suicide in the ghettos. Daria clung to this argument, because she felt attached to too many things. In a word, she was happy. The frenzied weeks of preparation, the lies she was forced to sow around her, the masks she had to wear, the sleepless nights, the crises of conscience in which true conscience played no part, usurped as it was by fear and a childish docility, all this was blown away by the sea air. She couldn't stop smiling. Mr. Winifred, a businessman from Oslo, complimented her on her eyes. "They have the very hue of water at the crest of a wave. You're being rather poetical," she replied inanely, with a pointless laugh that made her look 15 years younger by one shipwrecked revolution, several descents into hell, and a universal war. Mr. Winifred said there was a poetry of destiny in business, that he had begun to write a play when he was 20, that he would visit the Museum of Modern Art in New York. "Was it Shakespearean, your early drama?" "No. Closer to Ibsen." He relished the opportunity to pronounce, for the benefit of the traveler with the eyes, that was it. Ibsen eyes, a roster of potent names: Brancusi, Archipenko, Chagall, Henry Moore, the very latest in ultramodern moderns, and you'll never guess the sums they go for. Mr. Winifred confided that, thanks to the war, art was acquiring new value. "I dare say it is," exclaimed Daria warmly, "a profound value of creation and reconciliation." Mr. Winifred listened distractedly to things said by women. He was listening to himself. Pillaging had given rise to a black market of minor masterpieces. Under the auspices of this trade, the production of forgeries registered an unexpected increase, and some forgeries are themselves masterpieces. The Latin American market lapped up everything indiscriminately, for newly acquired or expanded wealth appreciates old masters and dependable moderns. Mr. Winifred, a specialist in the minerals trade, was expanding for pleasure his collection of mostly religious works from Eastern Europe. Under the Nazi occupation, old families were forced to sell their heirlooms, while representatives of the Great Reich conducted a roaring trade in the spoils of confiscation. Knowledgeable dealers combed the terrain from the mouth of the Danube to the Baltic, swiping the aristocracy's every precious icon, 17th-century portrait, landscape, and battle scene. The treasures of the old worlds are being carried away in the deluge, to the profit of the quick-wit denizens of the New World, a thought that made Mr. Winifred smile slyly, for he was of the New World, and nothing if not quick-wit. Mr. Ostroichsky joined them from the bar, and the three of them leaned their elbows on the iron rail over the heavy, lava-slow seas. Mr. Ostroichsky, an engineer on a government mission, had a broad, pale, fleshy face, a shaved scalp in the Russian style, a taciturn disposition, and pearl-gray irises so pale that they sometimes seemed white. Daria disliked him and he ignored her, preferring to flirt, like a bear in a tweed jacket, with a member of the women's corps of an army that had covered itself in glory. The notion of the wealth of the old and new worlds merging under the pressure of merciless events provoked in him laughter more sarcastic than porcine. His tiny pearly pupils contemplated the waves as he said congenially, for he too was half drunk, "Ha! Ha! Lots of artworks will be drowned, not that it matters to me. It's only old art perishing." Daria felt a secret jolt. "What do you mean?" she demanded point blank. "Old feudal art, old religious art, old bourgeois art. I am an engineer, madam, and for me there's nothing more beautiful than a turbine." Daria threw him a sharp look which unsettled him. "The wind is coming up," he went on. "How about something to warm us up, below?" Daria acquiesced. The technocrat's bare, high cranium preoccupied her. She was all too familiar with this summary ideology, these doctrines set in polished stone invented during the age of Einsteinian relativity. Mr. Ostroichsky avoided speaking to her again, wisely, for she would have found him out. In the mess, they played gramophone records while the sunset glowed through the window frames like a memory of horizons set on fire. How easy it had become not to question herself about anything without blaming herself for egotism. The vastness of the waves filled the terrestrial half of space, the rocking of the world lulled the soul into a sleepy sense of liberation. Daria mingled sociably, to the point where a lady drew her aside and prayed to be allowed to divine the secrets of her palm. Its lines spelled a shattered destiny, hardly difficult to read, in the palms of our time. Ah, my dear! If only you would dare speak to me openly. And you could, I assure you, for I understand every sin, every crime. Do you see many crimes in my hand? Daria asked curiously. Heavens, no. I didn't say that. I didn't say anything of the sort, now did I? The lady was a young 50, reading a Charlotte Bronte novel. She was petite, carefully made up, decorated with several ribbons of merit. She was on her way to join her husband, a civil servant posted in the West Indies. There are dozens of islands in the West Indies, however the lady didn't name hers. Yes, you did, you were talking about crimes. Oh dear, I didn't really mean that at all. You're so nice, so reserved, so silent. Are those the marks of criminality? Or of capital sins? Perhaps, the lady replied. To each his marks. Look at that blackbird, there, following the ship. Isn't it romantic? A solitary bird alone in the middle of the ocean was romantic indeed. For the second time, Daria felt pangs of foreboding, but then dismissed them, charmed by the gentle rocking of the waves and rediscovering through it a love for all things, a deliverance. Daria pushed her anxieties aside. We'll see when we arrive. Everything was simple, in reality, the little social menagerie on board, elementary. Daria did not think she was being followed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. She had to keep moving to economize her dollars. The American cities she glimpsed might well have struck her with awe, had she not settled into a contented torpor, with no other lucidity than the practical tense toward the goal. This giant civilization, these vertical cities where the pedestrian feels insignificant, sees himself numberless, suddenly realizes that the real world is his and that nothing is his since he himself is nothing. An atom is all and nothing in the universe. These crowds, so well dressed, so busy, so cheerful, so callous. Atoms are unaware of themselves and unaware of each other, even in the densest steel. Daria kept moving. Mr. Winifred said hello to her on Broadway. Hours later, Mr. Ostroichsky was standing 10 feet from her in the subway, though he did not see her. These chance collisions of atoms were enough to make her tremble. The traveler took obsessive precautions, vanished into elevators, fled, alone, quick-stepped down corridors on 60th floors and at one point looked down on the prodigious stalagmite city from a rooftop terrace. This was the wide gateway to a continent into which all of unfortunate Europe would pour if it could. The sky and the sea were as grey as tears. If the shaved head of Mr. Ostroichsky had chosen that moment to appear on her crag of reinforced concrete, Daria would have vaulted the parapet and dropped into the vast human emptiness. Alone among the rain-swept pedestrians, she felt herself buoyed by an enthusiasm that was stronger than despair. The power of mankind rivaled that of the ocean. All that was needed was to heal mankind. She saw planes, the empire of wheat, at the smallest bus terminals. The restrooms were luxuriously clean, the newspapers ran to 40 pages, offering comfort-enhancing gadgets at bargain prices, sums which elsewhere would represent years of toil or self-denial, the opulence of standardized apparel, the hum of classified ads alongside detailed reports on the famines and massacres which were the dreary staple of other continents. That this could appear normal, acceptable to one who had just changed hemispheres, was disconcerting, but no more mysterious, perhaps, than the physical well-being of a people emerging from the home where someone very dear, someone very great, someone irreplaceable has just died after a long and painful agony. Or was it evidence of total absurdity? Of the irreparable disequilibrium of our souls thirsty for justice, fairness, kindness, concepts alien to the gyrations of oceans and planets? But would there be oceans and planets without equilibrium, necessary rhythm and musical harmony? What would intelligence, what would pity be, divorced from the quest for a luminous equilibrium expressed by the stars themselves, the structure of molecules, the graceful proportions of a bridge flung over a river? Several times, on buses racing along sleek highways, laundry flapping from the upper stories of tenements, Daria had to hold herself in to keep from laughing and crying, inconceivably happy, suppressing her angry distress, and finding within herself only a childish answer: they're alive. Alive. It's splendid how millions of people are alive while all she had to pin her hopes on were 2 addresses in the United States. If both of these spider threads broke, what then? Then nothing. Having preserved them in her mind for years, she now fretted over the accuracy of her recall until one morning her memory was a blank. It was only to tease herself, for they were also written down, in code in a notebook and plain but scrambled in the double sole of a shoe. The first, in Brooklyn, had already been ruled out, a wisp of smoke long since dispelled into the steaming plumes of New York. She was all the more happy, if the state of tragic, spellbound euphoria in which she moved could be called happiness. I consent to my disappearance, no one needs me over here, I very nearly no longer need myself. To disappear in a world where nothing could disappear, where a suicide's gunshot was equal in insignificance to the striking of a match, to disappear into this outpouring of plethoric energy might be a bitter outcome, yet not altogether desperate. None of this slowed her down. The second address led Daria to a small town in Virginia and to a white colonnaded porch that reminded her of the dachas of small Russian landowners in the old days, in Chekhov's time. She pressed the bell as blithely as a gambler throwing the dice for the last time, nearly certain of losing, having lost everything. A colored butler led her into a vestibule which was overbright, overdecorated, apparently purposeless. The thread is about to break, everything is meaningless. Daria inquired after a certain lady, but instead of answering her, nothing left for you but suicide, ma'am. In approximately 4 weeks, the black man inquired, are you expected, ma'am? Whom shall I announce? I'm completely unexpected and don't announce anyone. Just a minute, Daria said. She got out her notebook, wrote D sent me, and slipped the page into an envelope. Please give this to the lady of the house, good domestics never betray surprise. A woman with overdyed red hair received her immediately in a small sitting room cluttered with cushions and floral arrangements. Visibly flustered, she was crumpling Daria's note in one hand while the other plucked nervously at the blue beads of her necklace. Her pupils were enlarged as if by fright. What do you want from me? Who are you? Please forgive my turning up like this. There's no danger. And who is this D? I don't know any D. What a stupid lie, Daria nearly said aloud. You must know several names beginning with D. Just stupidity. You're my prisoner, Daria thought spitefully, for she hated the cushions, the bouquets, the showy lampshade. The woman tore up the envelope and its contents, brushing the pieces into an ashtray. You'd be wiser to burn them, Daria advised hypocritically. Her hostess was pink and blowsy, a shapely little gourmand. If you didn't know D, you wouldn't have invited me in. There's nothing to fear, at least not from me. You've got his instructions. All I need is his address. This is ridiculous. It's a mistake. Who are you? Daria, as if looking for something, opened the leather-bound book she held pressed against her back, Leaves of Grass. Ah, her hostess said, her face clearing, you're reading Whitman. Never, perhaps nowhere, did the poet of Salat Omond ever dispel such dark suspicions as he did then. The two women looked at each other simply. Actually, I've been out of touch with him for years, said the red-haired lady. Take this down. He's in Mexico. Throw the address away when you've memorized it? The spider's thread had held against the storms of earth and history. I don't have to write it down, said Daria, my memory is good. She tried to spark a contact. So is yours, I dare say, meaning, we are alike somewhere, we know what no one can know or understand without having ventured down certain dark pathways. Are you going to join him? Asked the auburn lady, confidentially. Yes. For the same reasons. Could there be others? The two women felt that the passing years diminished the reasons for assassination. The red-haired woman took Daria's dry hands between her satiny palms. A current of intimacy shot between them. The woman began to speak in a low, feverish voice, how terrible the world is. I used to believe with all my heart and soul. Don't mention me to him, I'm of no interest now. Do you need funds? Are you sure? Really and truly? Are you sure you haven't been followed by anyone? As sure as I can be, well, if ever, you'll say you only know me from Paris, from the Sorbonne. I'm so scared. Scared of what? Daria said casually, not really asking. She shrugged her shoulders, suddenly withdrawn, overcome with distaste for the expensive comfort of the room, the heavy drapes, the sky terrier that trotted in twitching its ears. What would be so scary if you lost your cozy decorations, your husband, or lover or both, if even you found yourself in jail, madam? The contact was broken. The woman saw Daria to the door. Outside, cars slid over the damp pavement. Tall yellow trees arched elegantly over the avenue, politely inclining their branches, natural conformists, they appeared to following the autumn fashion. The homes spaced at intervals amid shrubberies looked as blandly identical as the different guests at a dinner party. At the corner of the drive, a young woman was leaning against the door of her car. Had Daria done more than register her without seeing her, she might have detected in this American girl's eyes the impassioned gaze of her own 20th year. But Daria only noticed a gray suede jacket, the cut of which she appreciated. The thing we least recognize in the eyes of others is the flame of our own youth. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The white floor of clouds ripped open like magic, disclosing sun-gilded hills, the whole living map tilted beneath the plain, a city spread around pink cathedrals, marooned in the arid land, a city like nowhere else on earth, drowsy with sunset, flushed as the sunset, fringed by the desert, abandoned to the sweetness of existence. Donkeys laden with heavy baskets stepped delicately down streets of earth between pastel-washed walls. Windows framed by wrought iron, awnings sloping over narrow sidewalks. Old cobblestones, and every door gave onto another sculpted door, holding back a mass of greenery. Enchanted city. The meat displayed on the counter at the back of a shadowy butcher's shop exuded a charm of dark blood. The butcher's shop was called the Flower of Paradise. A small black-haired boy was carrying Daria's suitcase on his shoulder. He might have been a dark angel, an unwashed cherub with tough little muscles and a little heart that was very violent, very pure. Humble and proud, so must the angels be, who walk on earth as Indian children. The large rectangular plaza was strung with white bulbs, spangling the blue translucence as though for a fate of long ago. Stately trees loomed over it, and above them rose the old towers of the cathedral, bathed in a fading radiance that would never wholly fade. It was so pure, so richly infused with the expiring colors of the sky. A chattering broke out as legions of wings, excited by some infinitesimal disturbance, described an aerial arc from one canopy to the next. Cheap bars turned on a rainbow of lights which did not clash with the sunset. Brown heads floated or rolled in wide pale sombreros, black hair cascaded over young girls' shoulders. Barrows of fruits and sweets trundled by, like displays of massive gems formed by the genius of color itself for caressing the eye. In front of a rudimentary grill heaped with dark organ meats glistening with grease, 3 headless men stood in a row. All 3 curiously shapeless, the first olive-faced, the second lemon-faced, and the last with a solemn death's head perched on his neck, Violet glints fell as 3 pairs of sticks flew up and down the wooden keyboard of the marimba and crystalline music poured out. The little dark angel glanced longingly at the marimba. Daria signaled him to stop. They listened for a moment, the visitor from another world of cruelty and the Indio child caked up to the eyes in dirt to wide eyes as dark as agate, as expressionless as polished agate. The music cradled a canoe floating invisible among festoons of creepers, long ghostly lizards lay in wait beneath tepid waters in darkness. "What's your name?" Daria asked the dirty angel, to break the spell. "Jesus Sanchez Olivares, at your service." She heard only his first name of Jesus. "Listen to the music of innocence, Jesus, if you can." The boy added in dignified tones, "You may call me Chucho, Señora," that being the diminutive of Jesus. When the music stopped, Chucho produced a copper coin from a pocket of his torn pants and put it into a musician's hand. Daria avoided the tourist hotel, repulsed perhaps by the frigid glance of a blonde traveler who stood smoking at the entrance, his leica dangling on his chest. "Not these creatures, no no no." "Well then," proposed Chucho, "I can take you to Don Saturnino's hostelry, where better to spend one's first night in Mexico than under the roof of Don Saturnino. It's clean, and much cheaper," the boy told her. "So you're not an American?" "No, I'm not," but she didn't say what she was. The majestic door of the Casa de Huéspedes opened onto a little blue alley which wandered off toward a mountainscape resembling a cloud-covered sea. The lighted patio was nothing less than a green fairyland of tall plants. A fountain whispered. Under the mysterious seclusion of archways, a bare bulb lit what must have been the laundry area. 2 dark-skinned girls were slowly moving about there, one dressed in beetlewing green with a glint of red, the other in nuptial white. They appeared as the sacred spirits of this place, but they were simple servants, busy with the ironing. The voyager found herself face to face with an idol standing out against a background of huge green leaves. It was surely very old, made of a grey porous volcanic stone. The hero or god was squatting on his heels, hands on knees, forgetful of movement. Its head was girded by an intricate diadem. The massive face, as large as the torso, was stark, attentive, abstract. The god of silence, Daria decided, the only one of the ancient gods we should think about resurrecting. The god seemed to answer her, "You are welcome here, Señora." It was the guttural voice of Don Saturnino, who indeed looked very like the god but with a clipped white mustache, earthy wrinkled skin, 2 gold teeth, and a short white jacket stitched with green arabesques. He was totally incurious about her. The names and papers of his guests concerned him no more than their itineraries. He sprinkled his laconic remarks with a bueno that implied nothing in particular. Mentally continuing his game of dominoes with Don Gorgono, he quickly sized up this undemanding pilgrim, not rolling in dollars, harmless, one of those forlorn ladies who often retire to a pueblo, to collect the local pottery and write or not a book. He showed her to a spacious room covered in tiles, opening directly onto the patio. "The shower is here, Señora." A tiny light was burning beneath a votive picture of the Virgin in glory. The air was cooled by a breeze like a clear pond. Daria had her broth, chicken, and rice served to her beside a spindly bush, some of whose leaves were green and others bright red. Don Saturnino ambled over for a smoke. He had the head of a marvelously human, friendly chimpanzee, penetrated with a peculiar intelligence. His straight white hair was cut short. He looked at the voyager with eyes both sunny and remote, as though to say, "I have nothing to say to you, but your presence pleases me. I see many things in you that do not concern me." Pleasant cool of the evening. Daria spoke first. "Your country is very beautiful," she said. "Verdad? It's a magnificent country, Señora, an opulent country." Don Saturnino made no attempt to conceal his pride. "And yet so backward. A country of much poverty, as you will see. Are you planning to visit the lagoon?" "I am," Daria said, startled. "From here you can only go to the lagoon, and no farther than San Blas. Daria repressed a shudder. San Blas was her goal, just beyond San Blas. Are there many ruins around here? She knew from the guidebook that there were. We live on top of ruins, Senora. But there are not so many in these parts. The pyramids of Isla Verde, you can reach them by boat from El Aguila. And up in the Sierra behind San Blas there is Las Calaveras, the skulls, an ancient altar of sacrifice. Many thousands of years old. According to the books, these Aztec, or Toltec, or other ruins were at most 1,000 years old. But here, in the everyday strangeness of this courtyard, exact chronologies always a chimera accounted for very little. One was closer to the time scheme of rocks, of plants, than to historical time calculated by learned men. Thousands of years, Daria echoed, entranced. Don Saturnino liked a woman who was attracted by the centuries. He remembered his youth, and his eyelids crinkled. He said, I fought for the revolution here, in my country. We made a good stand at Isla Verde, on top of the pyramids. So, you fought for the revolution too, went vaguely through her mind. Bueno, went on Don Saturnino. There's a tourist at the Hotel Gloria, he's traveling in a very fine car, a Mr. Brown. Perhaps you could arrange with him. Our buses are so poor, Senora. What tourist? Do you know him? Where is he going? The genial brown face dimmed. He is an American. I saw him in the plaza. He has a fine car. I like horses better, horses are intelligent. Daria explained that she wished to travel alone, at her own speed. I understand. Bueno. Good night, Senora. Don Saturnino went to lock the outside door with a big, old-fashioned key. Some of the bush's leaves were a beautiful red, the color of fresh blood, of dark blood, of pink blood. It was a Noche Buena, tree of the blessed night. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Even on a good map, San Blas figured as nothing more than an insignificant circle marked on an ochre stain between the shore of the lake and the hatching of the Sierra. No roads passed through, no trace of an Indian settlement. The lake spread out among wooded hills, but here was only rock and sky. The end of the world in this part of the world. The automobile road ran along the laguna, passed through the mountain village of Pozo Viejo. Old Well descended towards San Blas, then cut at right angles away from it. The dotted line of a track seemed to follow the shoreline farther, petering out after a few miles. Bruno and Noemi Battisti were probably living at that spot. From the city to San Blas it was a good 5 hours by bus. The guidebook discouraged expeditions in that direction. There were no first-class hotels, no unusual fiestas, no famous landmarks, no indigenous crafts to speak of, nothing but harsh mountains, the Indian earth, the ancient race, unembellished. The map brought a smile of reminiscence to Daria's lips. Far north of the Trans-Siberian, beyond Lake Baikal, the maps would look much like this one, highways bordering desert lands, and the guidebook, if there was one, would inform of another Isla Verde. On Green Island stands a tumulus attributed to the reindeer civilization. There, too, the years are counted in the thousands. Under a wan Nordic sun, the solitude might be broken by a sinister encounter with the penitentiary work brigade. Special travel permits would be required. Even more essential, a special armor for the heart, to guard against pity. No trees of the blessed night, only dour, rugged conifers, planted along the slopes like a mounting crowd, an austere motionless army, endlessly measuring the harsh grandeur of existence. Earth, our mother, your deserts are sisters. On the roads around Samarkand you would ride buses much like this one. Now discolored by dirt, scratches, and dents, it had once been blue. The skins of the men and women who traveled in it were bronzed, burned, golden, coppery, ashen, mirroring the hues of sun-soaked boulders and composted earth, revealing the mix of bloods. The taciturn watchfulness of their eyes, the power of their muscles, their human indigence approached the animal as did their natural nobility. Their antique Asian faces were pleasant, more closed than pleasant. Silver crosses on strands of coral beads hung over white embroidered blouses, loose blouses, similar to the smocks worn by Komi women in the Upper Volga. The driver was a frizzy-headed, negroid athlete dressed in a pink shirt, an image of the Virgin, and a profusion of ex-votos composed of nuts and miniature revolvers filled most of his visual field. Instead of 40 passengers, the heroic rattletrap took on 70, plus their hens, turkeys, cats, and a fighting cock. A brown child slept in Daria's lap, beside her the mother suckling an infant, her swollen breasts as matte as sun-baked clay. She must have been about 15, and crossed herself at every pothole like an old woman. So much sweaty flesh, soiled whiteness, patient breathing, and resignation filled the bus that Daria saw little of the ruddy incandescence of the countryside. San Blas. The frizzy-haired driver helped 2 passengers down, a centenarian native woman and the foreigner. The engine hiccuped once and the bus was gone. Balancing her baskets, the old Indian woman was already climbing the slope, following an invisible path between outcrops singed with rust, her bare feet gripping the stones like a fawn's. She plodded steadily on, bent double, toward a bare, gray summit under the reddening sky. When she vanished between the boulders, the solitude was for a moment total. Journey's end, thought Daria. She also thought of snakes, of the graceful snakes that must lie coiled everywhere unseen in the rocky wilderness, of the huge stylized serpents of these people's ancient art, of serpents of fire, serpents of night. All of a sudden 2 dark children dressed in white rags materialized in front of her. They pounced on her suitcase. One said, to Don Gamelindos, since clearly the stranger could be going nowhere else along this stony path, indiscernible at first, then lined with wild nopals, bristling with thorns, pathetically twisted. The path forked toward tumble-down walls. And Don Gamelindo's store appeared in the corner of a small rustic plaza, arcades, tall trees outlined against the sunset, Baroque church set apart on a crest overlooking the lake. Daria had no time to appreciate all of it, so quickly did the night come down. An electric bulb cast a desiccated glare across the store. The counter, the ropes, the candles, the piles of shoes, the rolls of cloth, the bottles were immersed in emptiness and silence. The dark eyes of a thin-necked nocturnal child peered out from beneath tangled hair but said nothing. They seemed to be the eyes of motionless things. Don Gamelindo appeared at Daria's back, seemingly from nowhere. He moved without making a sound. Buenas noches, what do you want? Thick-set, unshaven, in shirt sleeves and waistcoat, with a paunch sagging over his belt and a holster on his hip. His complexion was pale, his small greenish eyes shifted watchfully between puffy lids. Daria explained that she was looking for the plantation of Don Bruno Battisti. Even as she spoke, she felt a sensation of total uselessness. Nothing could exist for her here, no past, no present, no continuity and no tomorrow, no questions and no answers. She herself would cease to exist in the eyes of anything that might be knowable. She nearly said, dreamily, where are the snakes? A hostile land, sharp rocks, aggressive plants, oppressive silence, a night for a disappearance. Don Gamelindo answered, yes, La Huerta. As he studied her, if indeed he was taking the trouble to study her, he seemed to be waiting for the silence to complete its work of destruction. But you can't go to La Huerta tonight. You must spend the night in San Blas. Where? At my place. He barricaded the street door. A raw smell of tanned hides filled the air. Don Gamelindo's hairy pink hand protected a candle from the dead breeze. They crossed a large, dark courtyard under a ceiling of stars. In there. Daria obeyed, like a prisoner. She ducked into a whitewashed room containing a prisoner's pallet, a stool, an earthenware jug, and an altar to the Virgin where he placed the candle. The door of disjointed planks was secured only by a hook and a nail. The candle shed an amazing light. No danger at my house, said Don Gamelindo. Sleep well. God protect you. As he left, he added, ceremoniously, Don Bruno is my friend. I'll take you to him tomorrow. His friend? Sasha, the man of ardent ideals, what a strange friend for him to have. Thank you, said Daria. Good night. She was not offered anything to eat. She drank some cool water from the jug and walked around the yard. The ocean of constellations sparkled sharply. Shooting stars darted between immobile stars. The Milky Way lay like a blurred serpent across the heavens. A murmur rose from the lake, the croaking of toads grew louder, coyotes howled intermittently in the distance. The complaint of silence. Suddenly Daria was faced with a shadowy beast, hairy, bulky, humble. A tiny speck of light, like a fixed star of infinitesimal size, pinpointed the mule's eye. Comforting presence. Daria rubbed her fist over its warm withers. Well, well, she said to herself, here we are, saved, here we are, completely lost. Almost the same silence as in Kazakhstan, and almost the same firmament, but Daria recognized none of the constellations. All the pages of life are torn out, the fullness of the night remained. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Out early into the yard, Daria renewed contact with a splendidly simple world. Purple sprays of bougainvillea poured over the broken walls. A thicket of menacing nopals fleshy green bristled vehemently, and they bore bulbous flowers of a delicate red. A yellow campanile rose above its surround of tall trees, hairy with creepers trailing from every branch. The brightness of the morning was expanding into a vivid symphony of color that promised to intensify almost beyond endurance after this hour of exquisite softness. A monumental joy, not of living, more primordial than that, of existing conjoined earth and sky in the embrace of the light. Naked toddlers with bulging bellies scattered at the sight of the foreigner brushing her hair at the door of her room. Don Gamelindo was a different man by day. Can you ride a horse? Oh yes, now he seemed reduced to a pair of stumpy legs supporting a disproportionate stomach, with the aid of a belt pulled up from his crotch to his hips. On his holster was incised the round face of the Aztec sun god, with forked tongue stuck out. On his head was a tall white conical hat worn horizontally just over his eyes. His small features, modeled out of the rosy clay of his flesh, were marred by countless small pock marks. He was laughing to himself, exposing rotten teeth. A friendly effusiveness animated his sly green eyes without relaxing their vigilance. Daria realized that he found her attractive, as had Don Saturnino. Gracias a Dios Todopoderoso. Thanks to God Almighty, he said, thanking the Creator for this morning's welcome distraction. Once or twice a year, female American tourists drove up to San Blas in their heavy motor cars, flounced into the store, asked for Coca-Cola, refused to drink from glasses that had been washed in the pure water of the well, drank out of silly paper cups. How stuck up those fair-haired women were, like their well-groomed dogs who warily sniffed our half-coyote mongrels so reliable in dangerous situations from a cautious distance. Don Gamelindo quadrupled his prices. The tourists snapped their cameras at the church, the naked children, the view over the lake. The women's tight slacks flattered their rumps indecently, so that the village elders were of two minds about allowing these women dressed as men into the church. A wise man carried the day, in favor, there being dollars at stake, with the argument that since trousers on a woman is the devil's doing, let it be the devil's business to roast her in the next world. All the same, the equestrian statue of St. James the sword-bearer was kept covered up in the presence of slacks, for he is easily piqued and quite capable of retaliating with a wave of drought or smallpox. How different was this woman, in her sandals, plain black skirt, white top, and broad-brimmed Indian hat, how different her muscular arms and erect carriage, her face, still young but aging already, the calm severity of that face. Don Gamelindo guessed that she was unlikely to believe in God, may he forgive her, was not especially rich, and had known many men without becoming soiled. Some women are like that, like horses caked in lather and the dust of the road, who emerge from the lake cleansed, so noble of form, so glowing with sunshine that you feel proud of them and proud of yourself. The horses trotted down a narrow lane of emerald green. It could have been the entrance to a labyrinth of vegetation. On both sides tall, rigid cacti raised airy walls traversed by light and breeze, bristling on every side with nasty spines. Planted this way, these organocacti were used to fence in yards. The stony soil was red as rust. There was to be no labyrinth, the countryside opened out, or rather the desert, surrounded in the distance by a broken line of glinting arid peaks. Makeshift crosses leaned here and there by the side of the track. Don Gamelindo remarked, "Our little dead. All in the prime of youth. Quick little bullet, quick little death. Youth must have its day, verdad." The graves took up very little space under the brilliance of the morning sun. To their left shone the lagoon, like a sheet of quicksilver. "It's not like this in your country, señorita?" inquired Don Gamelindo, easy and heavy in the saddle, barely remembering back to when he was young himself, lying in wait at sundown behind these rocks to settle family scores with the Menendezes. He was a better shot than any of them, shooting only when he was sober, whereas they would drink before an ambush, boasting that mezcal sharpened their eyesight. Big mistake. May God forgive them. The tombs of the three Menendezes, Felipe, Blas, and Tranquilino, had long since disappeared, and in the mind of their now respectable assassin the memory of those treacherous Sunday evening gunfights had become depersonalized into a tale of manly murder among others. Folks nowadays are going soft, there are too many laws, the slightest brawl makes headline news because reporters hijos de puta need to earn their tortillas and greasy refried beans. Don Gamelindo jogged along, lively yet unhappy to be growing old in an aging world. In some faraway land, for a woman like this and young, a few skulls must lie buried by the side of the road. This thought made him swivel gracefully in the saddle toward the woman riding behind him. "In my country," Daria answered, "there was the war. And if, in my country, we were to plant little crosses by the wayside for every murder victim, they would spread over the immensity of the continent to the horizons, to the pole." Even at this image, Daria remained smiling, because her joy trotting through these spaces of pure barrenness, pure sunlight, was stronger than all else, was pure. Don Gamelindo encouraged his mount with a soft cluck of the tongue. "I heard about that," he said. "The war between the Jews and the Nazis. War is impious. God preserve us from wars and revolutions, señorita." By luck, Daria's horse made a bound forward, so she didn't have to answer him. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Sierra was becoming more and more torrid, the lake gleamed like molten metal in a crucible. They rode through the fiery monotony without talking, without thinking, without dreaming, with no sensation other than the furnace above them. The plantation came into view, an oasis of green. They entered the enclosure, a wall of rough stones. They saw a man in white standing under a cluster of big, smooth-barked trees nearly bare of leaves but sprouting white flowers. Hands on hips, he was overseeing the work of two half-naked Indians as they shoveled earth from a trench. From behind Daria's eyes floated the memory of an illustration from a childhood book or perhaps a propaganda manual, The Planter and His Slaves. The planter turned toward them. He raised a hand in greeting. A floppy palm fiber had obscured much of his face. Not until they were 3 steps apart did Sasha and Daria recognize each other, and the look they exchanged was so fraught with apprehension that they had to feign joy at seeing each other, force themselves to smile while shaking hands as though they had parted the day before. The presence of Don Gamelindo, far from being an encumbrance, made it easier for both of them to put the right face on things. Bruno Battisti's first thoughts were, "Why is she here? To kill me? Unlikely after all these years." I sank into obscurity, I kept quiet. To escape herself? Then she's probably being followed. Women are never rational enough about covering their tracks. It's her they'll be after, but they'll throw us in for free. Nothing could be easier, in this place. accustomed to ordinary, everyday dangers, but long out of the habit of those mysteriously organized threats that close in out of nowhere to ensnare you, he shuddered. "Is it really you?" he said to Daria. "What a happy surprise, Sasha." "I've run away," Daria whispered, aware of his fears, yet ecstatic as if a cup of joy, downed in one draught, was going to her head. "Don't look at me like that, there's nothing to be afraid of." Not that assurances made any difference. His gray eyes brightened the way they used to. He shrugged his shoulders, older, stronger, sunburned. "That's magnificent, my friend. Here you'll be safe. Life. The desert. See how beautiful it is." From the height of his velvet and silver-decorated saddle, Don Gamelindo, framed in sunlight and by looming green shrubbery, smiled down at them like a grinning Chinese mask. To Daria, back in her picture book, he was the image of their master, the foreigner, the planter, and the great cacique. Banana trees bent their fronds over tum-scent fruit. Coffee bushes climbed the slopes. At the end of the avenue of greenery appeared a plain white house surrounded by slender palms. "Please, don't say anything upsetting in front of Noemi. She's very vulnerable," said Bruno Battisti. "Please dismount, Don Gamelindo, and come see my improvements. We're piping water in, and building a reservoir." All that could be seen of the two men digging the trench was their bronze backs, gleaming with perspiration. Spadefuls of ferrous earth, as if tinged with blood, landed noiselessly at the horses' feet. Daria, in her sad ecstasy, thought of a grave. An Indian led the horses away. Don Gamelindo was saying, "You should finish that reservoir. The rains are coming and the earth is parched." There were clouds over El Aguila just now. A good sign. He crushed tender coffee leaves between his fingers and smelled them, raising a connoisseur's eyebrow. Healthy plant, that, and the right species of uruapan. "Did you hear, Don Bruno, about what happened at Pozo Viejo the other week? Basilio Tronco killed young Alejo Reyes. That's more trouble in the making. The Troncos have sent a calf to the chairman of the town council." "Ah," said Bruno simply. "And in San Blas, the youngest Alvarez girl has got engaged to the son of the lawyer Carbajo. You're invited to the fiesta. Please thank them for me. I'll do my best to attend." Don Gamelindo took a moment to reflect on what further news was worth sharing. "Yes. Sunday's cockfight, you know old Tigre, well he killed the other one in 7 minutes flat. I was 11 pesos the richer for it. I knew to bet on the old bruiser, even if he's only got one eye. He's crafty, that's what it is. Not a cock to match him in the country. The loser was Dorado, Don Arnulfo's little strutter. Evil-tempered, I always said so, but no good at pacing himself, too impetuous on the attack. You've got to be able to tell if a young cock's got the brains, haven't you? Same as with a growing lad, true or not true?" "True. The fountains dried up in the square. People are fetching water from the lake, and there's sickness about. At least I've got my well, though it cost me an arm and a leg." Of course. All the news having been told, they fell silent. Great big black and yellow butterflies were flying in pairs through the warm air. Noemi came toward them on the terrace. She had hardly changed, calm, the eyes perhaps a little larger, the sockets deeper, wearing a white embroidered Indian shift. She gave Daria a hug. "I knew you'd come. Bruno didn't believe me, he never does." "How could you have known, my love?" "Through Dona Luz. She knows secrets. I don't trust anyone else. We should be afraid right now, because she is, I can tell. I'm always afraid and I'm happy, would you believe it?" Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The question was hanging so obviously in the air between them that Bruno Battisti gave voice to it himself. "So, what has become of me?" His eyes narrowed. He raised his hand and pointed to the contours of the lake and of the mountain. He began, "Listen to me, my friend. The plantation lives by the rhythm of seasons different from those of Europe. Our one earth has many faces. Here life is ruled by two primordial divinities, fire and water, sun and rain. They are the true mother deities. The ancient brown race once adored them with a robust sense of reality. The Indios still bow to the maize on entering the field they are about to harvest, and I know they sometimes fertilize the soil with human semen. In the past, they used to regale the gods with their own flesh, their own blood, something which made unimpeachable sense, one nourishment for another, and all nourishment is terrestrial. They drowned small children in this lake so that the god of the water would allow for a plentiful crop. They tore out the hearts of prisoners and offered them up, still beating, so that a fortified sun would be sure to prevail over the darkness. You'll note that the Nawa were not terribly confident of the power of the sun, whereas they lived in awe of the destructive forces, harboring an exaggerated respect for them rather like ours in some ways. They lived in an unstable cosmos, as we live in an unstable humanity armed with cosmic powers. I subscribe to a modern meteorological service whose bulletins are useless, for they always arrive too late. My real weatherman is lame Panfilo, a fellow who can read the path of storms and predict the coming of the rains. When he's too drunk, I patiently await what no one can change. There's the dry season, when the highlands become a yellow desert. During that time, only the cactuses survive, thanks to their bitter energy, and what scarce moisture is condensed by the night. Proof that a humble, resistant victory is nearly always possible, even if it amounts to little more than holding out. There's the rainy season, when huge clouds gathered over the Pacific suddenly burst open, raining tempests and lightning down over the thirsty land, fertilizing it with magnificent violence. Torrents spill gleaming down the mountain, the lake overflows its banks, life begins to ferment in the soil where it was only suspended and in the rocks themselves, if you believe your eyes. The storms calmed and the downpours spent, the green season arrives. From here to the farthest peaks, the country is nothing but an empire of rising sap. Every bit of basalt has its crown of greenery and flowers sprung from lifeless aridity. It's the miracle of resurrection, like when the snows melt in our cold countries. For months there was nothing to see but a dried-up desert. Who could guess that beneath the calcined ground, millions of invincible seeds were concealed, ready to germinate? We observe that the true power is not that of darkness, of barrenness, but of life. All that exists cries, whispers, or sings that we must never despair, for true death does not exist. The fire in the sky first blesses the sap, the loves of insects and birds, the euphoria of the herds, the darting quickness of tadpoles in the ponds. Then the fire in the sky turns to a burning hardness, as though the gods were reminding creation that no euphoria can last and that existence is not just the exaltation of being, existence is also ordeal, courage, blind tenacity, hidden resourcefulness. The heaven's severity becomes an outburst of angry luminescence, a vast fierce rapture insensible to being, destructive of beings, sufficient to itself, blazing, mindless, and superb. The herds graze the last yellowed grasses, which rasp their throats. Here at the plantation, the perennial problem is water. I drilled a well. The streams dry up. When all else fails, I have to get water from the lake, an exhausting job for my peons. You see, the earth is dying of thirst at the water's edge. And yet we've accomplished the miracle of rescuing this small piece of it. After the coffee is picked, I climb into my old Ford and go into town. I make just enough to live on and to order a few books from New York. I could easily get rich, like others do, lending to the poor against the next harvest and stockpiling maize and sugar cane against the inevitable rise in prices. The idea made me ashamed, and I chose instead to pass for a fool. Living among wolves, it would be reasonable to learn how to howl and bite like the wolves, but I preferred another fate, a more dangerous one I suppose, because here as everywhere, a kind of sentence weighs upon the man who tries to be a bit more human than the general lot. I won't pretend I wasn't tempted to overcome this repugnance and make money so as to return to Europe when Europe is once again the continent of the most amazing germinations. These must come after the desert seasons. We shall see ideas, forces, men, and works sprouting up from the graveyards, no matter the rot and decay. Well, either I'll never go back, or I'll go back penniless and old, which is worse, to end in the midst of beginnings. Tropical countries are full of aging men who still remember having followed dreams, wanting to become artists, scientists, discoverers, revolutionaries, reformers, sages. But one day they said to themselves, let's make some money first, otherwise we're powerless. And it was all the easier because it was diving into another powerlessness. They became wealthy, disillusioned with themselves and hence with everything. They frittered their lives away in gilding their cages, while a cynical bitterness grew within them. The best of them keep up subscriptions to high-minded journals of literature or theosophy, as a reminder of extinguished passions. They play bridge and continue to speculate in real estate and commodity values, largely out of habit. I know some of these men. We've smoked sad cigars together in good restaurants, pontificating about the war not without flashes of insight. I've stopped seeing them, because some of them stupidly admire a dead revolution. They depend on it like an injection to prolong their final breathing. I work my peons and pay them well, they steal from me well too, but within reason. They're aware that I know about it, but not that I judge them to be in the right. If I paid them any more, they'd lose motivation and the local powers would brand me a public menace. I'm up at sunrise. The dawns here are as fresh as the first day of creation. I supervise all the work. In the evening I lie in my hammock with a few books and newspapers, the papers several days old but it makes no difference, filled as they are with layers of lies and nonsense. In books, though, you may still encounter living men. I don't much care for the literary fabrications in vogue today, they too often feed on baseness, cultivating a false despair. Genuine despair would disdain royalties. Why write, why read, if not to offer, to find, a larger image of life, an image of man as deep as the problems that make up his greatness? I prefer reading scientific works, they have more imagination, they induce in me a sense of dizzying precision. I miss everything and that's another form of captivity, the only one I consent to, the only one that is a healthy part of our nature. I am the owner of this plantation, lush and overgrown as a patch of jungle, and despite this, sterile for me. I tend it with a kind of love. And thus I fulfill an instinctive duty toward the earth, the dead, and the defeats which are great temporary deaths. Thanks to this, I don't have much time for conscious regret, the other is always present. Sometimes I feel overwhelmed by the enchantment of plants, but animals are for me more eloquent. I see a big amber scorpion go by, and I think of him as a sort of ancestor to so many creatures in this world, a survivor of Paleozoic ages. The wild ducks come down in droves. As they skid onto the lake, I see an Indio marksman hiding behind the calabash stalks. The birds take off as soon as they see him, a war of ruses between them and the hunter, but they don't mind me, they know I'm unarmed. I fling a stone at them, they laugh at men, learn that men are bad. Or perhaps I'm reading, and a rattlesnake slips over for a look. He rears his fine stylized head, flicks a tongue like a living black needle, shakes his tail, which rings agreeably, decides that I'm a creature like him, a solitary, no worse than he is, sketches a little dance, and goes coolly on his way. He is very beautiful, the rattlesnake. I know the hours when the hummingbird comes flitting among the flowers like a butterfly. The friliest of birds, tiny, dark, and iridescent, with a life experience limited to searching for pollen, making love, and fleeing before huge, incomprehensible dangers from which its teeniness protects it, this tiny spark of intelligence has enabled it to weather more than one geological upheaval. I watch for the ungainly flight of the pelican, a bird which seems to me ugly because it belongs to an aesthetic of nature from very ancient times. Such are my daily encounters, full of meaning. People are somewhat more dangerous. Crescenciano, the blacksmith, has taken a few shots at me from a safe distance, it must be said, and with no intent to harm. We are on cordial terms, so I assume he was high at the time, maybe on something other than alcohol. It's so tempting to hold someone else's life at the end of a barrel, to play with it a bit, it makes you feel powerful, you might even feel good. Crescenciano is a good man, because I'm still alive. A mournful man and a contemplative one, if contemplating is what he's doing when he squats under the moonlight in his serape and doesn't budge for hours. Then he resembles the small black vultures you see all over, like perpetually famished monks. His wife assures me he meant no offense and was in fact distressed at the possibility of hitting me, unless it happened to be God's will, and how to know whether it is his will or not except by pulling the trigger. All he wanted was to play a good joke on me, shoot a hole in my hat brim. I went over to Crescenciano one night during fiesta, we hung our best hats on stakes in the ground and shot at them, laughing uproariously, that is to say soundlessly. It was one of my ideas. After that, I felt a little safer. I treat the children's illnesses. Ponchos have amoebas, Isidros suffer from glands. I administer light doses of sulfa and so am reckoned to be a bit of a sorcerer, even if nothing prevents them from buying the stuff themselves at Don Gamelindo's. The real sorceress, Dona Luz, knows I haven't a clue about the secret arts, just as the friendly rattlesnake knows that I have no venom, whereas he does. I treat young Ponce when he falls down dead drunk. He also gets epileptic fits, which Dona Luz cures better than me by letting them run their course, not without burning herbs and powdered bone. Her medicine beats mine by a few centuries, for she is the repository of a knowledge that goes back to Neolithic cultures. Dona Luz has cured me of fevers I couldn't even identify. She is very good for Noemi. You know Noemi's transparent eyes, their ephemeral, indecisive attentiveness, their luminous panic. Noemi is calm, she pretends, especially to herself, to have forgotten everything, not to know about the war, she pretends she has overcome the fear of fear. She reads the same books over and over, line by line, and I believe she's not so much reading as abandoning herself to the reveries engendered in her by the words on the page. She does the housework singing to herself. Sometimes she doesn't recognize me anymore or thinks I'm someone else. She laughs like a child, you think you're fooling me. You play him very well. I don't hold it against you. I think I do play my characters very well indeed, and that no one should hold it against me. Then she changes, and sees me again. Ah, there you are again, I'm happy. But there is a note of resentment in her tone. I believe Dona Luz keeps a double of me, a magic doll, and does to it whatever is required to bring me back from the most mysterious journeys. Noemi can sense the approach of earthquakes, which are frequent and harmless. She says, my bones are cold, the earth is going to shiver. She wakes me in the night and says, listen. I light the candle, we look at each other and smile, alert as one body to the trembling of the mountain and the whispers of the lake. Her eyes are seldom as beautiful as at these times, and these are precious moments between us. If the earth begins to roll and pitch more, we go out into the garden, stumbling against each other, because I don't really trust this old roof and the open air is safer. Out under the great stars, we have the sensation of walking on floating ground. Branches whip to and fro, and the birds, alarmed, fill the air with wing beats and cries. I think of the rattlesnake, who like me must have ventured from his lair, like me reassured to observe that while the firmament seems a little wobbly, the pattern of its brilliant specks remains the same. The great comet we expect in our heart of hearts does not appear. Noemi leans her head against my shoulder. Once she said afterward that the planet must twinkle beautifully in the sky when it shakes like that. In any case, it's a poetic thought. A psychiatrist would say that Noemi is schizophrenic, or that she suffers from manic depression, loss of touch with reality, personality breakdown, and the rest. Yet my feeling is that she's made contact with a reality she finds more acceptable than the version of it commonly held. And as there's no psychiatrist within 1,000 miles, she has nothing to fear from superfluous diagnoses. Bruno seemed glad to be talking. Daria guessed he was releasing himself from a very long silence. Bitterness flooded up to Daria's brain. She was restraining herself from crying out, "So that's how you lived while doing nothing for anyone else in the world. And you didn't even take your part in." Bruno Battisti looked at her with the knowing eyes of the old days. "I know what you're thinking. I confess that I suffered over it. That was unfair and useless. Come have supper." He asked her no questions. Whenever she brought up the war, he appeared to be listening merely out of friendship, as though he already knew everything. She was starting to tell him about the bombing of Altstadt. While listening, he led her over to a banana tree and pointed out its violet turgescence, the intense sexuality of the ripening fruits. "Beautiful, isn't it?" The terrible events and their train of anxious thoughts began to lose their sharpness. After a few days, Daria succumbed to a lucid somnolence. "We'll speak of all this again," Bruno Battisti said, "when you are delivered. But for now, look at the mountains. Look at the baby chicks." "Thought must be delivered," Daria assented suddenly. "If it's possible." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Solitude shrouded the world in a light yet impenetrable veil. The excess of luminosity became blinding, erasing whatever was not this dazzle of sunlight, this reverberation of sunlight, this burning sunlight on the platinum lake, this humid jungle warmth under the tall sweet-smelling foliage of the eucalyptus trees. Noemi's white silhouette appeared crossing an avenue of trees or crossing the terrace, present absent, real unreal. A cat sprang after a lizard. Dona Luz was glimpsed prowling among the coffee plants, a black silhouette with abundant white hair tumbling over the shoulders of a little girl who might be 100 with bright eyes. Wide-brimmed hats appeared and disappeared atop heads of burned clay whose eyebrows, mustaches, and eyes were intensely black, white rags floating over brown bodies. Fishermen called out from one dugout canoe to another across the glassy lake, a call, a response, and that single voice seemed to reverberate through the stillness long after it died out. The fruit on the mango trees was being impregnated by the sun. Other enormous fruits were ripening inside hard spiny casings. Beautiful black spiders, their abdomens adorned with a scarlet symbol, hung suspended in the architecture of their shining threads. Under the shadow of the trees, orchids revealed their delicate, fleshy complexions. There was no imaginable finality to any of this, only a riotous disorder, stable yet changing, a mayhem of primeval voluptuousness and innocent cruelty, which, swelled by the surging of sap and blood, spilled over exultantly into the plantation and lay surrounded by the desert. No human notions retained their customary meanings. "So there's really nobody to talk to?" Daria asked one evening, as they sat on after supper in the low-ceilinged dining room, watching the cat play with her kittens. Noemi raised her pale irises whose pupils were always too large. "Talk, what for, Doc Anka?" "Nobody," Bruno Battisti said placidly. "We are alone. Like stones being stones. The thing is to wait." "What do stones wait for?" Daria thought. "You're bored," said Bruno. "Would you like to play a game of chess? Harris is probably coming over tomorrow." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Harris came over 2 or 3 times a week. This young American lived in a solitude even greater and more parched than their own, a good hour's trek from the plantation, in the heart of the forest, where he occupied a big, tumble-down adobe dwelling hemmed in by ferocious, resplendent agaves. "As far away from two-legged creatures as I can get," he'd say. Harris was generally a man of few words, but when in a philosophical mood he might explain, "Man, attempting to change his fate, has come up with only one liberating invention, Scotch whiskey." This gave rise to commentaries verging on the profound, allowing one to recall that the ancient barbarian civilizations, in this land so close to the present, made their liquor by fermenting the milk of the agave plant. "Scotch is better," Harris declared, but if that's the only proof of the white man's superiority, it's a feeble one. Harris was a steady drinker who never lost his self-control. But until he was loaded with the right dose of gunpowder, all you saw of him was a big brute with ruddy brown hair, a rather mournful, listless lout who yawned a lot and sometimes bit his nails. Having been a sailor, he nursed a grudge against the sea, like an old betrayed lover. A big wet desert, right? The most inhuman place in the world, along with factories. And every ship's a floating prison or a floating cathus. Or else a floating fortress, packed with poor dumb suckers. And not easy to sink. Their being hard to sink seemed to have left him with malevolent regrets. He had fought honorably in the Pacific Islands, but whether he had come home with medals or a warrant for his arrest, he did not say. The sea and the war, two big piles of shit. You could easily imagine him, with his hard, fleshy face, his round boxer's shoulders, his cynical expression and clouded eyes, in some mobster's dive, as ruthless as the worst of them and as snappy a dresser, with that slightly louche elegance, then later dressed like them in a striped suit breaking up rocks on a chain gang. All purely imaginary, of course, since flipping a coin would be the best way to decide whether his past was ordinary or adventurous. He read nothing but hard-boiled thrillers, the kind with lots of killing, where at the end they're going to hang the seductive heroine who for 300 pages seemed to be the most mysterious, the most desirable, the most tantalizing young woman in distress. But on page 287, when her wickedness has emerged beyond any reasonable doubt, the detective gives in and kisses her on the lips, gently takes her hands and brings out the handcuffs. She's been had, the vixen, and so have you, dear reader, since only then did you understand that the roots of crime lay here, in this melting gaze, this soft disarming flesh. Harris reveled at the idea of the pleasure he would have kicking in the teeth of that detective or of the author, that dirty son of a bitch. When he was finished reading, Harris would toss the book onto the little heap of paperbacks, each offering a detective puzzle to be deciphered for 25 cents. This library gathered dust in a corner, the hens pecked around it sometimes, attracted by what? What could these birds find to peck at in or under all these nasty stories? Harris poured himself a shot of tequila. Harris called out, "Monica! Mon-I-C-A!" Monica showed herself in the doorway, framed between the radiant space without and the shadows within, a beautiful tall girl with a long pleated skirt down to her toes, hair piled on the back of her neck, a Polynesian face with open, level brown eyes. She was scrubbing an earthenware vessel with sand. ¿Qué quieres? What do you want? In Spanish, the verb querer means both to want and to love, with no possible confusion between them, so that a man might as easily answer te quiero as bring me a glass of water. But Harris often answered nothing at all and simply gazed pleasurably at her, thinking something wordless like, "You're an adorable creature, Monica, but my God, what real difference is there between you and the jungle flowers who open their crimson vulvas?" In Monica's eyes he was ugly, as the male ought to be, ugly, brawny, serious, never too drunk, and never violent toward her, with never more than a passing glance for the other girls from the few hovels scattered around here. And rich, because there was never a shortage of maize. To ensure his lasting love, Monica spiked his tequila with pinches of a white powder that was a specialty of Dona Luz. It seemed to do the trick. Harris undressed her when the heat went down. It didn't take long, she wore only a loose blouse, a loose skirt, and made a charcoal sketch which he soon crumpled and threw into the corner of the son of a bitch's library. Then he was upon her in 2 short bounds, the naked amber girl as she stood against a slit of window with the mountainside still blazing beyond. He was more magnificently ugly than at any other time, this laughing, furious white man with the muzzle of a sorrowful beast. Almost all men were like that, according to the girls of San Blas, but none of the local men were acquainted with the drawing ritual, which must therefore have a hidden meaning. Was it an appeal for vigor, for sweetness, for joy? Monica questioned Dona Luz, and she, from the height of her 60 years of experience, handed down an incomprehensible but favorable judgment. Your man is an artista, my child. What's an artista, Dona Luz, Madrecita, little mother? I know many secrets, child, but not that one. I can't be expected to know everything. An artista is an unbeliever, but he is not usually a bad man. Better than most gringos, God have mercy. Harris had a way of kissing and caressing that the men around here don't know. It must be another custom of his country, an easy thing to submit to and not a sin to emulate, for you see, Virgin of Wonders, Holy Queen of Heaven, Our Lady of the Lake, you see that he is my man and that I love him. He possessed her on the hard mat with a long, leisurely passion. While they were tangled up in love-making, a distracted hen might wander in, or Nacho, the gleaming purple turkey cock, whose hard, coral-ringed eye made Monica uncomfortable. Rising above the fire of blessed fever within her, she would call out, Nacho! Nacho! Shame on you! Scram! The wicked old bird would mince off with the utmost dignity, swinging his purple crop as though he didn't understand, but he'd be back, the sneak. And when Monica reappeared in the yard he would spread his cartwheel of a tail at her, lifting his feet in a little jig. Yes, Nacho, you're beautiful, you are, she crooned, still smiling at the sweet giddiness inside her. Harris had paid the price of a fine horse to Monica's parents. He had laid on a fiesta for the whole community, a memorable event enlivened by 10 bottles of pulque and 200 firecrackers. The Padre of San Blas, Don Maclovio himself, had been good enough to attend. Harris was no artist, if truth be told, for all that most artists are frauds. He drew like a schoolboy, for the enjoyment of tracing the shape of a woman or the lines of a landscape, for the humiliation of failure, for the pleasure of destroying what he had made and of making it expressly to destroy. The earth behaves no differently, it makes plants and sentient beings and destroys them, only to start all over again, right? He drew when he was slightly drunk and destroyed when he was sober, pained by the limits of his own lucidity. He hunted hares, quail, wild ducks. If luck was on his side he might kill an iguana, that big blunt-nosed lizard with a sumptuously green skin, which Monica turned into a feast, dressed with hot spices. In my country, Harris told her, there are people who never saw a hair take off from under the rocks. Can you understand that? Poor people, said Monica, eyes shining with pleasure because he was talking to her. They buy their hairs ready-skinned in big stores which sell hundreds at a time, hundreds. Monica repeated, incredulous. Stores as big as that? And the people are bastards, most of them. Harris concluded, in opaque laughter. Equipped like an Indian with a machete to clear the way, wearing sandals with thick rubber soles cut from tires and a conical sombrero, Harris would set off along the mountain trail that led to the plantation. It took him past the abandoned gold mine, a bald hump topped by a single candelabra cactus which might be 1 or more centuries old, nearly 40 feet tall, raising its phallic spars above a monstrous trunk in 2 tones of green, silvery olive and midnight emerald. You feed off the seams, Candelero. But it's hard to live like that, you get as thirsty as the next guy and you're even uglier. Wandering prospectors had tried to chop the monster down so as to delve between its roots, but they soon gave up, leaving the trunk deformed around the base. Some gold mine. A mine of schemes. By dynamiting the rock and sluicing through the sand and clay and God knows what else, you might get a thimbleful of gold dust worth 20 crates of scotch, si caballero. Unless you happen to land plumb on the jolly seam that's mocking us 6 inches under this track here. You might just as well send away to Mexico City for lottery tickets, after consulting Dona Luz on the numbers to choose, or choose them for themselves, because the good numbers aren't necessarily the winners, this being a matter of fate, not of money. Dona Luz is surely right on that score, which means that the losers can be lucky all the same. Harris's route now took him past Las Calaveras, the skulls. Following the lure of the ruins, he deviated from the main track to take a look at them. Did time humanize these anguished stones, or did it dehumanize them? First you walked through a stretch of dry, prickly undergrowth, bristling with dead needles. The rock-strewn slope dipped toward a granite cliff, tinted blue or gold, according to the time of day. If you turned around you had a vista of the lake, calm as a mirror, a divine mirror of water resting on the earth. All that was left of an altar was a base of reddish-gray andesite, the color of dried blood, the appropriate color. Crudely carved skulls protrude from the earth on both sides of worn stones that once might have formed steps. Schematic skulls with clenched stripes of teeth, eye sockets that seemed still to cast a baleful stare into the horizontal sky. Harris felt his life beat slowing. Expectant, he listened for the thud of drums in the distance, the mesmerizing, muffled tattoo of the forest. To regain his aplomb he always said the same words, aloud, these cannibals sure knew how to choose their sites. 20 paces farther on, a broken column lying half-hidden in the brush offered up to the face of the sky another huge face with geometric eyes contemplating the zenith indefinitely. This god of an unknown race, assumed to be Mongoloid, did not present the features of that race but features more refined, European, or Malaysian, hybrid in their abstraction. His diadem was broken into pieces. Harris bowed his head, absorbed by the problem of human duration, the problem of what, man? You'll never be able to put it into words, but the problem remains. The sudden appearance of a lizard, gray with emerald spots, startled him. Well, he muttered. Whistling, he continued on his way. The Batistes and the Harrises sometimes met up here for an evening picnic. Bruno, stimulated by a swallow of rum or by the proximity of the unknown god, told stories about the ruins of Central Asia, the roof of the world, Pamirs. Harris would slap his thigh, booming, roof of the world. And on top of that, another roof. There can't have even been a sky, if it was really the roof of the world. He laughed even louder, a stratospheric sleight of hand. Monica and Noemi discussed the embroidery stitches of Los Altos and the Tarascan country. They understood each other well. On this occasion, an amusing encounter awaited Harris at Las Calaveras. He found 2 Indians squatting on their heels, having a smoke. A bald gent, masked by large sunglasses that made him look like a skull himself, sportily clad in a combination of beige and brown, was measuring the unknown god's nose with a compass. "Hello there," cried Harris. "I'll bet you're half a millimeter off." Startled, the man jumped up. "How do you do?" and put on a toothy smile like a dog's. Harris strode nearer, swinging his machete so that the light bounced off its blade. "Who do you think you're kidding, mister, with your little compass? The venerable god, yourself, everybody else, or mathematics?" The erudite tourist appreciated the joke. Repressing the giggles, Harris became quite sociable. "These are difficult measurements," the man said, "but take it from me, they'll be accurate." "Accurate," went Harris, brimming with ironical glee. "So you're an archaeologist?" "Oh, just in my spare time," the other said modestly. "And you, an artist?" "Amateur, old pal, like yourself." "Care for a drink?" proposed the amateur archaeologist. Harris brightened. "What are you carrying in the way of bottles?" The expedition's supplies turned out to include a first-class brandy, and Harris in mounting good cheer became cordially insolent. "So you go around measuring idols' noses, and probably their backsides, in God-forsaken holes like this? Funny. And where do you come from in the first place, mister?" "Actually, I'm from Wisconsin." He was priceless, this archaeologist, amateur or otherwise, the Panama hat with the crimson ribbon, the coffee-colored silk necktie over the khaki shirt, the pink skin, the fastidiously clipped blonde mustache, those dark glasses which must be hiding the eyes of a learned rabbit. "I've been working on my book on pre-Columbian sculpture for the past 8 years. Harris poured himself another brandy. "If that means carrying around brandy this good, I guess you'll be forgiven upstairs." Just think, in those 8 years you might have slept with 1,000 women of all different colors, committed a whole string of crimes, at a profit or at a loss, lost and remade a dozen fortunes, spent years cooling off in Sing Sing or San Quentin or someplace no lack of good spots. You could have gone around the world on a bicycle. Crossed the ocean in a rowboat. Got yourself killed 800 different ways in the war. Certainly, said the archaeologist. Except for getting yourself killed, even once, in the war, I hope you've done a fair number of those things yourself. I beg your pardon. I even got myself killed in New Guinea. Congratulations. Life feels so much grander after that, doesn't it? Well, in exceptional cases it does. Obviously. The archaeologist, Mr. Brown, spent every night in his car, which was parked 4 or 5 miles away. He invited Harris to partake of his cold chicken, whiskey, and wines. I have a weakness for fine wines, Mr. Harris. Harris agreed that fine wines were conducive to the study of old stone carvings. Take me, for instance. Me who's never read a single book on the subject, God forbid. Well, once I've enough of the noble fluid in my belly, I could tell you the authentic history of this old god and describe the dances the young Olmec girls, if there were such girls, used to dance around him on carpets of flowers and decapitated birds. You're way off, answered Mr. Brown, shocked. These monuments don't belong to the Olmec culture. They don't? What do you know? Not that I give a damn. Mr. Brown was unaware of the existence nearby of a hospitable plantation, owned by an Italian, Bruno Battisti, a nice old fellow who's traveled all over. Now he knows the history of the Olmecs and the Tarambarettles and the rest. His wife is a charming woman too, only she's out of her mind. Harris invited the archaeologist to go along with him. Mr. Brown was tempted, but hated to be indiscreet. The word indiscreet made Harris guffaw as he twirled his machete. Mr. Brown accepted the invitation. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 2 or 3 times a year, the Battistis were visited by tourists on their way to take pictures of each other at Las Calaveras and under the picturesque candelabra cactus on the Cerro de Oro. They had even received copies of such snapshots in the post: sunny girls seated with grinning skulls between their knees, a young sportsman with movie star looks. You are a sage, wrote the prettiest girl to Bruno, with news of her engagement. And yet he was disturbed by Mr. Brown's dusty automobile the minute he saw it drive up. Harris alighted first. Then the archaeologist appeared, removing his sunglasses and glancing about like a dazzled white rabbit. Where did you pick up this specimen? Growled Bruno to Harris. A weirdo. He was camped out by the idol, measuring its nostrils. With a hamper full of choice bottles. He's a complete idiot. Nothing abnormal in any of this. Mr. Brown complimented Mr. Battisti. Sir, you live in an absolute paradise. Mr. Brown placed a pair of blue-tinted spectacles over his gray, anemic eyes. He admired the coffee bushes, the euphorbia, the calabash grove, the mangoes, the eucalyptus, the tall royal palms. He had the gift of inarticulate appreciation. He brought out his field glasses to inspect Green Island, where there were pyramids, one of which was semicircular, a rare and probably very ancient design, between 1500 and 2000 years old. The Quiculco pyramid was reputed to be older still. 10,000 years, declared Harris, all jovial. No. Really? I find that hard to believe. Harris gave him a vigorous thwack on the back, so friendly that the fellow pitched forward. We're not even close by 5,000 years, joker. Mr. Brown gave the stuttering laugh of the shy man, slave to erudition, who doesn't realize he's being made fun of. Daria found him repellent. A machine for quantifying Calaveras and pickling their statistics in useless file cards, his magazines, with their recent American fashions, interested Noemi. In the course of a friendly chat skillfully managed by Bruno Battisti, Mr. Brown emerged as the owner of a business in Wisconsin, raised as a Presbyterian but personally an atheist, scientific as he put it, though deeply respectful of religion, rather conservative but with liberal leanings. When he completed his study of Mexican antiquities, he looked forward to lengthy sojourns in Peru, where the ruins of Tiahuanaco, in particular, merited close and conscientious description as the first phase of an investigation that would embark in an entirely unprecedented direction, taking account of. Mr. Brown spent several days at the plantation, happy to sleep in a comfortable bed and to lose at chess against Daria or Bruno, in serious games which he began cleverly and usually muffed toward the end, as though some inhibition prevented him from winning. He let fall something relevant to this, one day. I went toward science because I was intimidated being successful at business. My father was extremely wealthy. Brown and Coldman, you'll have heard the name. Nobody, in these mountains, has ever heard of it, said Daria maliciously. Really, said Mr. Brown with the look of a marionette that sometimes came over him. Before the evening meal, he invariably changed into a dress shirt adorned by a floppy cravat the color of dead leaves. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The air at the end of an oppressive afternoon was supercharged with electricity. A ceiling of clouds weighed down on the place. All day, the plantation had been full of the sounds of restless animals. Two peons had fought without being drunk. Flocks of low-flying birds enlivened the sunset, swarms of bats fluttered on the fringe of the night, but the immobility of the trees remained vaster than everything. For a second, outlined against the purple glow of the sunset, the tops of isolated palm trees looked like huge, black, curiously unhappy spiders. Daria and Noemi set the table with the maid, Melita, who was clumsier than usual tonight and broke 2 Jalisco pottery plates. Harris had left. Mr. Brown and Bruno Battisti were sprawled in deck chairs, exchanging desultory scraps of talk. Only the lightning seemed alive. It flashed and sheeted through the clouds, almost unceasing but erratic and freakish, there a stealthy glimmer, here a blinding flash, illuminating with lifeless whiteness a vast, sharply etched panorama void of color and movement. This landscape, said Bruno, seems to be only the memory of itself. After requesting a repetition of that sentence, the visitor gave a passive yes. With each crackling flash the two men glimpsed their own forms bleached white from head to foot, as though they had been turned into stone. The storms won't break for 2 or 3 days yet, you'll see, Bruno said. Ah, you think so? It would be best for you, Mr. Brown, to go to the pyramids at first light tomorrow and return by mid-afternoon, to avoid being caught in a gale over the lake. The Indian canoes are very well built, but it's a risk nonetheless. Tomorrow at first light, the visitor repeated apathetically. It's no more than 3 hours rowing, Bruno said, vexed by the groundless irritation he felt. And 1 hour's walk as far as the Teocalli. I'm thirsty, said Mr. Brown. Could you ask for a glass of water, please? I find this bath of electricity enervating. A splintering glare exposed his livid countenance, mouth wide open gasping for air. Don Bruno reached for the little bell made of volcanic ash, and a gay tinkle rang out. Bare feet padded quickly over the tiles, a swarthy girl was illuminated, like a dancer in the jungle, by a flash of lightning. A glass of water, Celia, for the seigneur, thank you, said Mr. Brown in a satisfied voice. This tropical climate. A climate of cosmic vigor, Bruno said. When you get used to it, you love it. A climate of destruction and fertilization. The archaeologist attempted a laugh. I think we're getting a darn sight more destruction than fertilization. The opinion of someone who's impotent, thought Bruno, who was still beset by an old virility which sometimes tortured him and sometimes exalted him when in contact with young dusky flesh exuding a savage fragrance of sweat. I disagree, he said with effort. He was beginning to feel an unreasonable antipathy toward this guest. The glimmers succeeded one another noiselessly in the sky, stars were coming out, and a distant grumble of thunder was heard. Ah, said Don Bruno. I love this. The storms here are magnificent. Mr. Brown lit a cigar, his austere profile shone in the yellow glow of the lighter. It was a relief to both men when Noemi came out to announce that the table was set. Noemi had dressed up and looked ravishing in a long native dress, dark with leafy patterns. The material swished around her hips, her movements seeming to reveal her body's hidden harmony. Her eyes bathed in lightning shone blue as phosphorus. Mr. Brown took her arm. "I love storms. They terrify me," she said. "You have a lyrical nature," he intoned, which made her laugh. "Can't you find something sillier to say?" "Not really," Mr. Brown replied, with his self-deprecating smile. Dinner was a grand affair. Daria carved the turkey by the light of 6 candles ranged along the mahogany table on which little brightly colored napkins looked like square flowers. Orchids stood in amber goblets from Guadalajara. Safely away from the lightning, Mr. Brown recovered his good humor. "Allow me to fetch the last and best of my bottles," Bruno offered to go with him. They came back from the car with a California Red which was undoubtedly a treat, imitating the most alkaline and yet softly rounded of Andalusian vintages. Noemi apologized for not drinking it because Dona Luz had forbidden her. Her magnetic eyes met the benevolent eyes of Mr. Brown. "You don't know what you're missing." The first spoonful of soup made Mr. Brown seem almost perky. His voice rose in pitch, his hands, rather overlarge but delicate, traced tiny gestures as he complimented the ladies on everything: the needlework on the linen bought at a Pueblo market, the matchless cuisine which would put the best hotels to shame, the coral necklace hung with tiny silver fish which Daria was wearing, the wonderfully barbaric string of chunky clay beads and a jade figurine which so suited Noemi. How young they both looked, and how artful the lighting of the room, positively. Rembrandt. "Here we go," thought Bruno. "The marionette is on the loose." Bruno preferred silence to the inane chatter that does nothing but add a bit of noise to a bit of vanity. He was so annoyed that toward the end of the meal, lest his contempt get the better of his manners, he drained 2 glasses of wine in quick succession and felt better at once. Mr. Brown was explaining the many pitfalls involved in transplanting delicate European vine stocks to the New World. No laboratory has yet succeeded in unraveling the secret chemistry, or should we say the wondrous alchemy, of wine. Its components are, the quality of the plant, its health, its capacity for regeneration, the characteristics of the soil, the type of sunlight and the angle of exposure of the vines. One would also have to study the nature of solar radiation and, beyond that, the effect of radiations from the night sky, as well as the nature of the microscopic fauna and flora that assist in fermentation. Then of course there is the related science of volcanism, for Mr. Brown was convinced that 1,000 subtle emanations are at work above volcanic subsoils, and thus, since Burgundy, Champagne, the Rhineland, or Andalusia are geologically stable, they must benefit from a telluric environment quite different from that of California, with its proximity to the volcanic plates of Mexico. The host was becoming perceptibly moody again. He reached for a bottle. "No, enough of that one, my dear fellow," said Mr. Brown. "You must sample this other, which is by far the best." This other was not the best, rather the opposite, but Bruno allowed politely that it was excellent, because he couldn't care less. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Noemi was the first to retire, toward 10 o'clock. Mr. Brown excused himself shortly thereafter. Daria and Bruno wandered out onto the terrace. From the horizon to the zenith the flashing ballet continued. Daria was fighting down tides of dizziness. "I drank much too much, Sasha. What a learned animal he is, of what fossilized erudition. This world mass produces marionettes and fossils. Elsewhere they turn out automatons, with the instinct for torture and destruction loose in their mechanism. The same stars everywhere. Sasha. But where is hope?" "Everywhere," Bruno answered evasively. "Remember the beach at Feodacia. Myriads of insects, drawn by the light, imprisoned by the light, were lying on the stone sill around the oil lamp that had been burning all evening. Are they all going to die, having thrown themselves at an incomprehensible light? No. Most survive, saved by the sunrise. The banality of daylight. Insects have a strong grip on life. Feodasia. I'd forgotten. Do you know, I imagined in those days that I was in love with you, that's why I was always pushing you away. You couldn't understand, and I didn't want to love again, after so many necessary and needless massacres. In another sense, I didn't understand either. What have we understood since then? Just what remains essential, it seems to me, said Bruno. It almost seemed that they might easily touch on some great and simple truth together, but too many lightning flashes surrounded them, passing through brains split between excitation and torpor. Oh, how sleepy I am, said Daria. At the door to her room, he gave her a brotherly kiss. Bruno slept in a Spartan bedroom next to Noemi's, separated by a glass-bead doorway. He was dreaming as he put on his pajamas. He was young, entering a palace. There were smooth-faced soldiers and bearded soldiers, asleep on the marble staircase. He must wake them for this night's duty, the march along frozen canals, the danger at dawn. Tomorrow some of these men would look the same as they did now, except that they would be asleep forever. We have achieved justice, Sasha told them. We have changed one of the faces of the world, enough to make living and dying worthwhile. Let us consent to everything. Did they hear him, understand him? They were swearing and grumbling. We're coming, comrade. What happened after that? One should never consent to everything, there are always non-consentments, refusals to be maintained. Our failure to admit this was the great error, or one of them. What happened after that? A red fox rolling in the sunlit snow shivering. I'm frozen to the bone, a brown fox scampering through the sand toward the ruins. Shivering. I'm hit bad. Nga. Are you sleeping? The young Uzbek glided in, as beautiful as a girl. The water is pure, master, you drink. Where were the secret papers? The most secret, in the briefcase in the strong box, the nightmare in the strong box, the death warrants in the strong box. Dead, all of them, dead, the greatest, the purest and best, the builders, the lost, the fanatics, the knowing, the unknown, the humblest, in their thousands, their millions, absurdly, iniquitously dead. Why? How did we insurgent, united, uplifted, and victorious bring about the opposite of what we wanted to do? Reread the texts. But what use are old texts in the afterglow of cataclysms? A young woman who resembled Nga sidled up to the last customer in a cafe on Place Wagram, showed him her pretty hands. He touched her hands with a kind of panicky desire. Troubled, he asked, did you pour the poison into the texts? Autumn yellowed the bois de Boulogne, the atrophy of life, everything is lost, everything is sullied. No. No, because I still possess consciousness, sovereign, useless, silent consciousness, tranquil consciousness. Rhetoric or truth? Noemi, the ocean. Had he been sleeping? Feverish, belly knotted with the urge to vomit, cardiac anxiety rising, Bruno called softly, Noemi. Nga. From the next room Noemi answered, I'm all right, Sasha, are you? I'm fine, don't worry. He groped for the important objects, flashlight, revolver. Hairy beasts blundered about in his head, predatory ideas with dripping muzzles. What's happening, for God's sake? He hadn't drunk that much. He managed, unsteadily, to get outside. Lightning split the sky. Welcome, comets. Fall, comets. Bruno was trying so hard to think that his facial muscles cramped painfully. A lightning flash revealed the bougainvilleas covered with spume, and he realized he had just vomited. His bare feet dragged over the cool flagstones. Where did we go wrong? His heart thundered in his chest, crushing his lungs, hurting the back of his eyes at the place where the true eye lay, the eye that saw into the black chamber of the retina. How does it see without erring? Check to the queen, checkmate. Be hard, never give in, believe no. Will. Everything will be transformed. This sick and crazy world, a flash of relief. I vomited, that's good, I may be alright. These eternal lightning flashes. What I need is an emetic and there isn't one in the house. In a flash he understood, it was as clear as the sparkling vision of the lake in an upside-down world, with the sky below. The veins on his hands were hardening. The door to Daria's room cracked open at a blow from his shoulder. The advantage of having worm-eaten doors. He entered, shining the flashlight in front of him. Do you remember Feodasia? Chestnut and ash hair spread around her exhausted face, her head encircled in a halo of light. Daria was smiling, a convulsive smile. There was no mistaking that smile. Daria, are you dead? Yes, I am, Sasha. She was icy. Bruno took her hand, it fell back with rigid finality. With an uncertain forefinger, he eased back her eyelid, observed the motionless eyeball, its sclera yellowed with tiny dark veins. The lid closed back slowly of its own accord. A bluish glimmer of lightning lingered on Daria's forehead. Bruno's legs gave way and he sat down abruptly, head bowed, still holding the revolver and the flashlight in dangling hands. The light shone a white circle at his feet. A bug crawled aimlessly in the circle. Was it sleep or did he faint for a moment? When he came to, back from the brink, he shone the flashlight once more onto Daria's waxen face. Not a hope. He spat a thread of greenish spittle into the circle of light, stood up, and left the room. The lightning flashes were moving off, barely perceptible on the horizon. An illusion. They were all around, playing among themselves, making the gold beads of the stars vibrate, eternity's chant. Nothing but that chant remains. No more error, no more doubt, only a flickering consciousness about to be extinguished, reabsorbed into lightning, stars, and darkness. Bruno felt a rush of exasperation. Ah! That murderous marionette with his fine wines, not such a marionette after all, not such a learned fossil, Mr. So-called Brown, it's the end of you, you little bastard, if I have 10 more minutes to live. Which I have, because I threw up, I might be saved. The sonorous gongs beating in his heart answered, no. A ray of light filtered under Mr. Brown's bedroom door. Good old worm-eaten doors. This one too gave way at the first shove. The guest, clad in a stylish dressing gown, started up from the pillows, one hand under the sheet where his weapon must be. I say, you gave me a turn, Don Bruno. You don't look so well. What's wrong? Nothing wrong with you, I'm sure. Bruno spat back at him between bared teeth, his mouth foamy. But I threw up, I'm going to be all right. For all his anger, which seemed to him completely lucid, Bruno was growing weaker. Black flashes spiraled around him. Why did I come here? Why did I bring this revolver? Who is this? What is happening? Daria's dead. You think so? That can't be possible. Mr. Brown made as if to rise. Calm yourself, my friend, it'll pass, have some water. He felt for the carafe with a hand outlined in green, his lower jaw trembled, his colorless lips fluttered. You rotten death's head. Bruno spoke firmly through his black lightning flashes, his burning temples and the blue flame in his cerebellum, where the bullet enters when they execute you. Don't move or I'll, he raised the revolver. You see I'm saved. I vomited. I vomited you up, you piece of shit, I vomited you all up. Mr. Brown facing the end of a short, black, steel barrel shakily following the movements of his head lay back into the pillows. That's good news, he said. An organic reaction has taken place. But tell me, Don Bruno, how many glasses did you drink? 3. Mr. Brown pouted with regret. In that case, my friend, I hate to say it, but there's nothing more to do for you. Shoot me now, then be patient, it won't take long. The marionette was fading, leaving behind a hard head of washed out bones, distress, tension. Shoot quickly, Mr. Brown insisted, because in a few moments you won't be able to. In his face, Bruno recognized faces from long ago. He lowered the gun and sat on the edge of the bed, brows knitted, struggling against asphyxiation. Each word germinated slowly within him before his pasty mouth was able to deliver it. He conceived of himself as opaque, colossal, disembodied, eternal, annihilated, infinitesimal. The stars were falling into the ocean, consciousness was falling into nothingness. Rhymes. Nothing rhymes with nothing. He closed his eyes, the better to think of himself as dead, and was surprised to hear himself speak from a long way off, from the beyond. He opened his eyes with a decisive effort. Mr. Brown was delicately prizing the revolver from his hand. No more revolver, of no importance, I'm not an executioner. A thing to be proud of in an age of executioners, even if it's the last thing. Bruno asked, are you, from the party? Naturally, Mr. Brown replied. I acted under orders, please believe me. Bruno shrugged his shoulders. Heavy shoulders, what were they still carrying? The burning in the marrow of his bones was past endurance, the hammer blows in his chest were slowing, no less violent but widely spaced, between one beat and the next a crack opened an abyss. These are the last. Noemi sleeping, the ocean. He slowly slumped sideways, mouth gaping, fringed with specks of froth. It was really heavy, this big body, made for a long and regrettable life. Mr. Brown moved over to make room for Bruno, pushed him a little, helped him to lie flat, arms outstretched, watched him sink into oblivion, eyes wide open. Mr. Brown was trembling in every limb. He swallowed some pills and went out to breathe the electric night air. Panting, he dragged the big body onto the terrace and laid it out, still warm, under the dulling glimmers of the sky. After this, Mr. Brown washed his hands with eau de cologne. ******. Although Mr. Brown, who had become Mr. Brown only for the purposes of this short journey to the ends of obedience, had played his part in certain events, assisted in the destruction of many men, and adopted more than one unsavory disguise before now, he really was not cut out for this kind of assignment, better described as a dangerously reckless adventure, however refined its methods and means. The greatest danger is that which one creates oneself, through an excess of nervous tension. The malignities of chance are thus compounded by an adverse factor which should never be underestimated. While Mr. Brown was personally acquainted with bloodshed thanks to his experiences in another hemisphere, notably under the favorable conditions of Spain and the Balkans, he had been tempted to forget this fact ever since his professional duties had begun to coincide with his personal inclinations. His natural temperament, belatedly brought to the surface by contact with bourgeois society, disposed him to appreciate creature comforts, regular habits, hobnobbing with intellectuals and academics, taking trips through the best organized country in modern society. As a fake U.S. citizen, he had involuntary assimilationist tendencies. A few years more in this undercover persona and he would become an almost real U.S. citizen, which would be something of a problem. His abilities equipped him to be of genuine service in two related areas: the collection of hard, indeed scientific, information, and the exercise of a profoundly political influence upon Protestant intellectuals. To risk such gains for the sake of this particular mission could prove a grave misjudgment, should anything happen to him. Putting these reasons squarely before Mr. Ostroichsky did no more than to reinforce a cast-iron decision that had been taken at the highest level. Ostroichsky replied that no one was irreplaceable, not in a well-organized service. In former times, esteemed comrade, in Sofia, thus certifying his comprehensive knowledge of the other man's history, Ostroichsky moved smoothly on to the technicalities. According to our sources, the local circumstances are extremely propitious. Nothing can or will happen to you, provided you carry out your instructions to the letter. The scheme includes a number of possible variations. Unfortunately, personnel is rather limited at present. This might be true. It could also be the case that Mr. Brown, whose alias was something else at the time of the interview, was considered due for a test, to make sure he was not sliding into the complacency of taking his Americanization too much for granted. Mr. Ostroichski calculated lavish travel expenses. The call we are making upon your dedication represents the highest honor. Mr. Brown had no choice but to manifest his gratitude. The plan had gone without a hitch. The bottles lay at the bottom of the lake, while in the kitchen stood a couple of perfectly innocent substitutes. The poisons were recent and obscure, prepared in laboratories that were yet more obscure and would elude the average toxicologist, even if the autopsy were conducted at once. Mr. Brown's identity was proof against 2 months' investigation, and should any inquiry eventually spell trouble for the real Mr. Brown, presently in Honolulu, that was too bad. He would never know the truth. Now what? Start the motor and slip away before sunup. Mr. Brown entertained this thought for a second. It would look suspicious, and besides, Mr. Ostroichski had stressed the desirability of post-mortem pictures for the archives. Newspaper clippings would do in the case of having fallen back upon plans A or B. Lastly, the old man, or rather the authentically young man awakening in Mr. Brown's soul, enjoined him to face the music, which was the most sensible course of action and easier to carry off than he had anticipated, in view of the nervous hysteria that overwhelmed him without clouding his judgment. He paced his room like a caged animal, like certain condemned men as they wait out their last hours. Sweat drenched his body, next his flesh felt so desiccated that he seemed to be burning up. Waves of nausea came, and he was glad to disgorge what had been an over-rich meal. A diabolical doubt now took hold: had he perhaps drunk something of the extra special vintage? Blood draining from his face, he went back over his recollections of the dinner. Impossible. But what if? But there'd be no problem, if. Confounded America, over-civilized despite its brutalities, how it spoils one for the rough life of our times. This appalling malaise could only be caused by nervous shock which, although humiliating, was useful. Mr. Brown ripped the lining of his dressing gown with satisfaction. He took 2 potent sleeping pills, checked the mess of the room, assuring himself of his discipline and willpower. The drug was already working its divinely sedative effect when he remembered the revolver he had taken from Bruno Battisti. So who could he really be, this Bruno Battisti? Oh well, none of my business. He managed to wipe the gun carefully and carry it out into the middle of the coffee fields. But he was unable to shut the door on his return and collapsed, snoring already, onto the cool hard mat at the foot of his bed. When Mr. Brown regained his senses, it was broad daylight. The room had been cleaned up. A native serving girl was changing the cold compress on his forehead. "Gracias," he said. "Where am I?" The bewilderment was not entirely feigned, because on sinking deep into slumber he had genuinely thought he was dying happily. It was fantastically great to die while falling asleep. Harris's ruddy snout rose before him like the moon, or like one of those huge gangster faces on a movie poster. Terribly severe, with a jaw like a hanging judge and eyes like an executioner. He was saying, "There's only one good medicine in my book. Take a drink, old man." The voice was full of tenderness. Mr. Brown made no objection and swallowed a shot of whiskey, which happened to be just the right medicine. "Thank you," he said, stretching. He pretended total amazement. "What's happening? What are you doing here, Harris? What time is it?" "Congratulations, pal," said Harris. "You've come back from a long way off. Bring him some hot broth, quick," he ordered the maid. "And tell Don Gamelindo he's okay. The lousiest day of a lousy world, my friend. But at least for you it's the first day again, and all is well." Harris turned around, rubbing his hands together, flushed with relief. Don Gamelindo's huge sombrero loomed in the doorway silhouetted against the light. Mr. Brown turned pale with thoughts of the police, his fingers fluttered nervously against his throat. Harris said impatiently, "Buzz off, Don Gamelindo, he's over it. Don't come in. Take care of the padre. All's for the best in the best of all worlds," sang like a jolly jig at the back of Mr. Brown's head, in the most remote convolutions of his grey matter. "If the priest is here, that means immediate burial." The salty broth the servant brought in tasted wonderful, especially when compared to the broth of the drowned. "Let me take your pulse," Harris was saying. "You know I studied medicine in New Guinea." "How was that?" asked Mr. Brown foolishly. "A tale too long to tell." "Your heart's fine, archaeologist." "Too bad. You'll still be able to go on measuring idols' assholes." "That's enough," said Mr. Brown, suddenly sitting up. "Now tell me what all this is about." "I overslept, and then what?" He pretended to try to get out of bed, a movement promptly checked by Harris's robust hand. "Hey, not so fast. You're supposed to take it easy. Dr. Harris's orders. You've had a brief illness which might have been pretty serious, and was, in fact, more than serious for some people. Do you understand?" "No." "Well, all in good time. Meanwhile, bed rest, stewed fruit, glass of beer. Did you hear that, Ramona?" "Pronto." There hung only one shadow over Mr. Brown's speedy recovery. He kept glancing at Harris's blunt face, admiring his features deformed by bitterness, the way he dried the welling tears before they overflowed, swelling his hairy nostrils, chewing on something with dull ferocity, all the while acting jovial, tender, fraternal. "How happy he would be to kill me," reflected Mr. Brown, tranquilly. "And he'd be right. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Everything is simple in this land of incandescent sunshine. Just a while ago there was drought, the suffering of a thirsty world. Then compact clouds the color of menace advanced over the laguna, hiding the mountains. The tension is broken by a thunderclap. Warm fat raindrops begin to lash the water gently and raise a mist of dust across the fields. And then a million liquid javelins fall. This is the way things happen. Suddenly. Another time, on the road to Pozo Viejo, a courting couple dashed for shelter under the only nearby tree, a cypress half a dozen centuries old. The rain was pelting down. The lovers clung together, wrapped in the boy's esirape. It might have excited their desire, but they were not to be married before the feast of San Pedro. "How good it feels," they whispered laughing. A white ball of fire tore through the ancient foliage, drew the sign of the serpent in black upon the trunk, and rebounded off the couple. When the families came to collect the bodies they found them holding hands, both half burned, he the left side, she the right. They nailed 2 crosses to the old tree. They wrote the names, Ponciano, the rest illegible, and Christina, the rest torn off, pray for their souls. They were fine, good-looking youngsters. Christians. Such is life. Así es la vida. Thus the drift of Don Gamelindo's half-conscious meditation, at the end of a harrowing day. Singularly saddened, grotesquely attired in black for the occasion, satisfied at having been of great service without charge because somebody had to organize things. Cars had bumped along the potholed road, horses ridden by half-naked boys, happy to have been entrusted with important missions, had galloped through the sweltering noon. You see, it was like this. At around 7 in the morning Don Gamelindo had been awakened with the news. By 8 he was on his chestnut horse trotting toward Pozo Viejo to fetch Dr. Rigoberto Marino in his grey gabardine jacket, felt hat, and maroon boots, astride his proud Arabian, a bay mare worth 3,000 piastres, señor. Dr. Marino spent more time in consultation with the servants than on examining the remains. Ramona explained that a can of olives that had been opened for last night's dinner was at least a year old, 3 years ago, in her home village, several people had expired after consuming a tin of salmon, si senor. Melita too short skirt revealing muscular knees, sweat in the crease of her arms, wide puffy neck, small teeth pertly aligned in prominent gums had heard of many similar cases, which she recounted. Dr. Marino interrupted her in order to take a professional look at those gums, brushing the nipple of her breasts with a hypocritical hand as he did so. He summoned her for next Sunday morning, after his regular office hours, for she was evidently suffering from a lack of certain vitamins. Melita promised to come without fail, sneaking velvety glances at him in between sniffles, dabbing her eyes and mumbling, Santissima Virgin, Virgin Purissima, before filling in the death certificate. The good doctor had the foresight to collect his 100 piasters from Don Gamelindo. Struck down by virulent food poisoning etc., in a careful calligraphy decorated by the great flourishes of the signature. Don Tiburcio, San Blas's town chairman, who had hastened over still wearing his mechanic's overalls, countersigned the certificate without reading it because he did not know how to read. Nonetheless, he asked the doctor, "Nothing suspicious, compadre?" The embarrassment of this little man with the noble Nahua profile laboriously tracing the letters of his signature amused Dr. Marino. "What suspicions would you like there to be, companero?" he replied in a superior tone. Don Gamelindo rode back to San Blas to purchase the coffins personally, for this task could be entrusted to none but the most dependable friend. Don Cuauhtémoc's store, the keys to the kingdom, made sure to stock, along with ordinary coffins, a pair of deluxe caskets, big ones because a short customer can always be accommodated, whereas there's no way around the opposite problem, is there? To each his size in this world, but once inside there, a human being's got to have the room he needs. You can deny a man his rightful space in the sun, sir, but not in the grave. Don Cuauhtémoc knew that the reaper tends to reap by twos, if not to the same day, then it's within the fortnight, take my word for it. The twin body boxes were made of good pine lumber logged on the far side of the lake, upholstered in gray silk and embellished with brass handles. Don Cuauhtémoc and Don Gamelindo discussed the price for a leisurely quarter of an hour, taking alternate sips of tequila, for its fiery taste, and Coca-Cola, for its refreshing one, courtesy of the seller, of course. The negotiations were hard-headed but amicable. "That's genuine silk, Don Gamelindo. Do you know how much real silk is fetching these days in town?" "No, you do not." "Those brass handles, they don't make 'em anymore. These are my last from before the war, compadre." By the third little glass, Don Gamelindo had won a reduction of 42%. Had he held out for 2 more glasses, he might have obtained 50%. But while Don Bruno was his dear departed friend, Don Cuauhtémoc had been his compadre for the past 19 years. It was a good bargain for both of them and one from which Don Gamelindo, out of friendship, took nothing. A mule cart driven by boys who whistled and sang and chucked small stones at one another or schemed them over the lake, making as many as 6 bounces, transported the deluxe caskets under a hard, festive sun. Padre Maclovio, who had promised to come around 4, trotted over on the back of his own mule, balancing the little suitcase with his vestments against the pommel of his saddle. He complimented Dona Luz on her improvisation of a simple altar in the dining room, where the 2 coffins lay open on the great table, surrounded by candles and flowers, such an abundance of flowers that their savage, heady scents masked the odor of corpses. It was a beautiful funeral, something rare in this parish where many poor folk and too many children die, but rarely people of means. To be fair, the Batistis were not rich, only comfortably off. A more active owner could have made himself a fortune out of that plantation. Thoroughly estimable people, in any case, naturalized Italians who lived, or had lived, quietly, never wronging a soul. Padre Maclovio was well aware that they were atheists, from reading too many books The Punishment of a Fallacious Science, but it is just that the Holy Church triumphs in the end, and it is just that her minister should intercede for the souls of hardened sinners. Once upstairs, these can do their own explaining. Mr. Brown, whose recovery, quite possibly miraculous, made him the object of unanimous goodwill, faced up to the trying day with authentic courage maintained by the alcoholic beverages and delicacies Harris made him ingest at regular intervals. He took several photographs of the deceased, promising to send copies only if the roll of film were not spoiled, as he had reason to fear it might be. He that in life was Don Bruno Battisti, as they say in this country, the seasoned traveler, the indefatigable worker, the educated man, culto, the obliging neighbor lay there, displaying a grave countenance of pacified strength. The dome of the forehead stood out, the acute convexity of imperfectly closed eyes concealed an enigma, the closed mouth suggested a faint expression of disdain. That's what Harris thought, at any rate, during the hours he spent gazing down at the pair of them, arms folded across his chest, eyebrows knit, concentrating on the two inanimate faces. Daria was beautiful. How could a woman who was no longer young radiate such a youthful beauty, blanched by an invisible frosting of snow, modeled out of purity itself? She was smiling just barely. It's common for dead faces to smile, nothing but a muscular contraction apparently, but that glow of deliverance within the smile, where did that come from? Harris found the fragility of it echoed in the pale face of Noemi, who often stood next to him, chin in hand, huge eyes unmoving. Her eyelids never blinked. Nothing about this sudden denouement had taken her by surprise, as though it were merely the fulfillment of her night's dream. When Dona Luz carefully broke the news to her, she accepted it with childlike simplicity. Except that she seemed to dry up then and there, like a plant that has consumed its last sap. It had to happen, Dona Luz, I've been expecting it for so long. But why was I left behind, why? The old woman regarded such prescience as a gift that came naturally to the simple-minded. You must give thanks to God, my little girl, she said. Oh no, Noemi said harshly, with a peculiar laugh. The burial took place during the late afternoon, in the desert cemetery where the dead of some 30 families sent into the wild lay sleeping along with several of the plantation workers' children. It was Harris who insisted that the remains should not be moved to San Blas. If I croaked here, I'd want them to put me to earth here too. They'd agree with me, you know they would. The priest made no objection. Our perishable remains can rest anywhere, so long as the soul has been taken care of. It was an invisible resting place halfway up to Las Calaveras. A rugged slope climbing toward the Sierra. The hillside contained pockets of soil which were impossible to farm, since they were deposited at random among sharp outcroppings of naked rock. Thus, a very big cemetery for a few scattered dead. Few crosses to be seen. A merciless sun quickly burned the flowers. Cactuses pushing up here and there. After the rains the field was covered in a glorious profusion of wildflowers, submerging the tombs, for this was only intermittently a graveyard. On All Saints' Day the families who came to share the midnight meal with their dead enjoyed an incomparable seclusion, their fluttering candles seemed closer to other stellar worlds than to one another. Don Bruno's workmen dug a single pit. Padre Maclovio, in his white surplice, spoke the prayer. The women and children of the Solitudes formed a speechless group. Monica and Dona Luz were supporting Noemi, who had no need of their support but who was murmuring, amazed, Sasha, Sasha. At moments she imagined that none of this was real, that Sasha would turn up by and by, as he always had throughout life. Why should he be there? 30 clay-brown faces, tragically concentrated, were massed behind the important people, Don Gamelindo, Mr. Brown, Don Harris, and the elegant doctor in his grey gabardine coat. The rites performed, Noemi cast the first spadeful of earth since they told her to clumsily, between the two coffins. Dona Luz, like an ancient fairy with sharp, dark features and a silver mane, told her, on your husband's coffin, little girl, and guided her hand for the second shovelful. The oldest friend, Don Gamelindo, came next and acquitted himself like a true gravedigger, and what gravedigger could be better than the truest friend? he grunted ugh, and the back of his neck turned crimson as he stooped to drive a spade deep into the dry, light earth. Adios, Don Bruno. The whole circle heard his authoritative voice and the noble, machine gun clatter of earth showering onto wood. But now Don Gamelindo realized that he did not know Daria's first name, so he stepped back and wiped his face with the red bandana so as to inquire it very quietly from Harris. Then, voice raised, he intoned adios, Dona Maria, and once again the earth fell nobly. Mr. Brown's shaky shovelfuls made a stealthy sound, while Harris's, rageful, produced a dull thud. The peons finished the job off energetically. Vultures circled low in the pink sky. Don Gamelindo, taking his leave, said humbly to Noemi, if the Senora is considering selling her land, there's no one who would offer her a better price than myself. What are you talking about? Said Noemi, vaguely frightened. The Senora is not selling anything, said Dona Luz, squaring her thin shoulders. Don Gamelindo kissed both women's hands, the strange white hand, the old brown hand. He swung into the saddle, saluted the onlookers with a gallant wave of his sombrero, reared his silver-studded mount, and made off at a high-stepping trot. The land will be sold off one day or another. I have plenty of time. Life is patience, money is patience, the land is patience. Adios. Mr. Brown left 1 hour later, at nightfall. Harris and Monica walked with him as far as the road. A thin crescent moon was rising over the transparent lake. Harris, trying to be friendly, asked, "Will you be returning to Las Calaveras, Mr. Brown? You'd be most welcome at our place. It's not as comfortable as here, but—" "I don't think so," Mr. Brown replied in a feeble voice. "Anyhow, my work here is done. The main thing is to get your strength back, Senor." "Adios, Senor," said Monica with emotion. Mr. Brown let up on the clutch. The headlights projected their objective glare over the hellish little stone piles. Harris enclosed Monica softly, resisting in his arms. The crescent moon shimmered twice, in the sky and in the water. "Monica," he said in a deep, unknown voice, "Monica." The young woman felt, as never before, that he loved her. A pulsing surge of joy spread throughout her being. She saw his face disfigured by suffering, and lifted her own broad, dull, massive face toward it in calm exaltation. "If you want to cry, Harris, go ahead and cry. It helps." She felt a flash of anger harden him. "Me, cry? Are you kidding?" Mexico, 1946.